Hello,
Earlier you
everyone.
said don't open Sirenscape. Do we open it now?
Oh, yeah, 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 go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't have any music
I was
playing at the moment.
opening it.
Yeah, you good. You good. I just had
Okay.
to make sure it was all working. That's all.
Okay.
All right. So we're waiting. Yeah, we got to wait on you to get into Hellspire.
Yeah, I guess
Um,
I guess I better get into Tailspire.
yeah. So, um,
We replaced Rhiannon with a drow.
yes. The I'm trying to think of exactly how I want. So you guys are
And we bought a
are
bunch of
here.
slaves.
Yes.
Yeah,
Tentacles everywhere.
we actually did. No one tell Lumi what I did.
We are
I
at
was
a place
surprised.
called the Master's Hospitality. We're kind of outside. I have us on placed outside, but we're characters are in in the building right.
Okay.
It's just it's easier to do rather than everybody moving through the this inn. And it's not. This is not a tavern. The tavern is next door. We haven't gotten there yet. You were sorry, Akasha has been Kadir for a while,
Right.
and we don't
Yeah.
know kind of really when the switch happened, but we're going into this with Akasha suddenly kind of coming to, snapping to, not really realizing what's going on.
Step back to
Okay.
reality.
Perfect.
So let me get our mood music going.
Jazz starts playing.
That's super loud. I don't know why it's so loud. Oh, I see what. Sorry, stream.
It's too much.
It was.
The audience is now deaf.
There we go. It's because it was playing through the browser. There we go.
You know what
It
that
just decided to change its mind this week, I guess.
that scrapey sound? That's like
Mhm.
that goosh. Sounds like a washing machine. Like it sounds like a washing machine on a really slow spin cycle.
Yeah.
You know what
Don't
it
mind
is?
that.
Saturn.
No. That the background stuff is Saturn. The wheel. That's from Contact, the movie.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's the signal that they kept hearing. It's just
I didn't know.
I basically I upped the frequency and basically let it hit a little bit higher note than it normally hit in the movie. But it has that kind of like it's just weird.
all you gotta do now is tuck in the signal from sun siren,
Yeah,
the beacon.
yeah.
I don't know if I've seen Frequency or whatever it's called.
Contact?
So, Contact. That's it.
You probably haven't. You have.
Wait.
On
You've
my
been
Can we all watch
sheltered.
it together?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
I
Okay.
100%. I love the movie. Okay,
Event
so
Horizon.
we're here, kind of in the common room. You guys are given your rooms. It's not important which room you're given or how it's all set up. If it becomes important, we'll sort it out then. This is the story of a girl.
Who cried a river and drowned the whole world?
Yeah.
Our world got flipped upside down.
See, I want to say that we're approaching what feels like nighttime. The cavern that the city is in seems to dim a bit. You would notice this enough through the windows, and there's kind of a chill that builds up. Zekche is not perturbed by this. It seems like he doesn't seem bothered by this. And the woman that's kind of handling, the keys, the front desk, She's an older woman. She seems human, but she has kind of unnaturally silver hair. And it's hard to place her age. Like she kind of has this look that shifts almost a little bit between being perhaps 20 or being in her early 60s. It's just hard to judge. You see her kind of at a different angle almost every time you try to pin it down. So she ends up in this kind of juxtapositioned 40s age. And don't mind that.
People are just calling for Saw.
Yeah. She says that the spillway next door, the building with the red roof, is the best place for outsiders to get food and drink and kind of wind down before they rest. And Zekcha, you would know that that's 100% true. But she does say that if you have any questions, that she will do her best to point you in the right direction. So, that said, Akasha, you come to right here in the common room. You're just like very startled and surprised about where you are. So we're going to start with that. Is that good?
Yep.
Cool. Take it away.
She's like looking around. I feel like this has probably happened before, like where she came back to awareness.
100%. Especially, it was always
Yeah.
awkward with her bestie.
Right. She's gonna look around and like kind of quickly try to make eye contact with everyone that she's familiar with.
So, Holly would be the person probably that notices it almost immediately.
Yeah. Saw's playing with her balls.
She's gonna look like visibly like nauseated.
I'm probably too busy carrying Kale.
Yeah, oh, that's right. So, that's also a thing. But Lumi doesn't. Sorry, not Lumi. Akasha doesn't really know Kale. So, yeah, he's kind of propped. He was propped up on you, right? Like he was arm
Like, I had
around
my-
you,
he-
kind of.
Yeah, arm around my shoulder. I was pretty much carrying his weight for him.
Yeah. So Celica has this guy.
Just draped on her.
PC, if you will describe him. Remember he's missing some fingers and his left foot is amputated, like to the shin.
Oh,
gnarly.
Yeah. You got
So-
a little messed up.
Describe your boy.
My boy. Oh man.
Where does he
Lightly
turn to my-
tanned, dark sandy brown blonde hair, mostly
his
brown
foot.
eyes. Yes, left foot gone, out of here, removed. Had to pay a debt, but it wasn't his to bear. Paid it nonetheless. Yeah, he's Rydran, but pretty much just tanned human otherwise. In the simplest of terms. I think you were here when the doppelganger of him showed up to the estate.
Oh yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
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 I almost forgot about the doppelganger. So yeah, you recognize him being Sarlonian as well. The
I think if
region.
Celica looked close enough, she could probably point out the small flecks of purple in his eyes. It's even in his model, but you have to zoom in like a bunch.
Ow.
All right. So, Kali, you're the one that notices Akasha kind of disoriented and confused.
I assume all of the new companions have gone off to the room to go sleep or re-equip themselves.
Yeah, they're doing various other things. They might have already like kind of gone to their room,
Eating
got
food,
dressed, and come back. No, they haven't gone anywhere without you guys. They're kind of stuck to you, but yeah, they're somewhere here in the inn.
Okay. So yeah, there's 5 random new companions wandering around who are a male orc and a half orc female. The Lyrander was human, right?
No, it's half elf, I think.
Half elf.
Yeah. Excoriated.
Let me check.
It was hard to tell.
Oh. These are
Oh, I
the.
didn't save it in there.
That's weird. Mine
No,
didn't
we can
save.
watch the video. We can watch the VOD.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not
So-
super important.
There's a surly looking Velnar elf. There is a rather hyperactive seeming gnome.
Seems
A
normal.
well built but somewhat malnourished female half orc. A unkempt but healthy and muscular male orc. And it was a half. We were presented with them as being half useless, so they were half
Yeah.
elf.
Oh.
And is an excoriated Lyrander.
Yeah, there we go.
So, like for people that have their eye on Akasha and they know her, like you're gonna see her kind of like trying to take all this in, and then she's like, okay, I gotta act normal though because I'm in a scary place. But what happened? Anyway.
Akasha? That is you, not Kadir, yes?
Yes.
Holly's gonna subtly cast prestidigitation on Akasha to get some of the goo out of her hair and scalp.
He's gonna like reach up and touch it. It's like she feels it. Like
Don't worry about that. You've come back at a very odd time.
so
The good news-
theme.
The good news is that we no longer have the Kyber corruption. The bad news was that removing it required a little bit of mind flare.
Ah,
Yes, you may need to clean out your ears. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works on your kind. But, that being said, we are currently under the hospitality of the Master here. We are guests, we are under their protection, and there is nothing to worry about at the moment. We need to head back up, get Rhiannon, and try to talk to Rhiannon about possibly going ahead and having the same thing done to rid her of its influence. The Master is an enemy of our enemy.
Which would make us friends.
she's trying not to hyperventilate.
It's like Shay will probably cast an eye on Akasha. So to study it
mind
for
that.
a minute. Do not mind that noise. Those tentacles, whatever is deep down below, is quite annoying. Anyways. The sleeper awakes, it seems.
Yes. Is there anything pressing that you need to know right?
Who's that addressed to?
To Akasha.
Okay.
I wish you could see my face. She's just her eyes are really wide for a second, and she's no.
In that case, I think I shall soon retire to my room and try and get some rest. It is quite late at this point, and You are the lucky one that you don't have to remember what that felt like. So I guess that's another one you have Kadir to thank.
So,
As always.
as Kali is saying that, somebody else comes into the inn, and they look very out of place. They're another drow. They are dressed up in noble attire, but to those who are familiar with nobility, you would know that they are a servant of some sort. And as he enters, he takes a look over the party and the other people there, and Zekcha, and he says, "This Skyfire trio is requested at the spillway." Using an older name for the group known as Skyfire.
Yeah. Actually, we'll give a little nod to him and just move him off.
Ollie's gonna do that
Buffalo's
that like
ringing.
lean back in the chair thing where you like close your eyes
Yeah.
and sort of do the before getting up.
Alright, well,
He,
I can meet you guys there. I'm gonna drop Kale off in a room first.
the servant leaves.
Appears. Is this the right saying? Dinner is served?
Is that what the spillway is? A restaurant?
Not a restaurant, but a place more hospitable for outsiders.
Very well, let's just head that way then. Saw, are you done fiddling with your balls?
It's bar time.
He doesn't care about the balls. It's drinking time.
Yeah, drinking time. Drinking time.
That
Come on,
sounds
grab
like
your
hard
friends.
wine.
All time.
Can I say when I put Kale in a room in a room, I give him shell so then he can tell me if anything happens or anything,
Yeah. Or
Alright.
does he come with?
and also to
Mhm.
comfort him.
No, Kale would not be going. Bring him some takeout.
He's not coming. He's being dragged.
No, he said he wanted to leave.
Yeah, no.
You wanted to leave Shade with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you said. Shade's staying with Kyle.
They were saying, is Kale coming?
Oh. I misunderstood.
He's just bringing back some sweet rolls and cheese or something.
He's sleepies.
He fruit up.
He fruit up.
A fruit up.
Gave him a
Like,
good berry. He
a lot
wants
of
to
people
eat
have
more.
fruit up.
All right. Well, I don't know, maybe liven the music.
Even more screams.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Ha 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 ha.
We need
This
more
one is-
tentacle music.
I
This one is
imagine
now
just
Uranus.
it's more screams than you do the Finnico laugh. Ha 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 ha.
What's tentacle music?
Well, I would
What we have
assume
right
it's
now.
somewhat analogous to Star Wars jizz music.
Oh,
Or penis
So-
music. Both will work.
Yeah, Lumi, Akasha is going to notice that in the darkness, these tentacles sometimes reach up and grab at things. Sometimes they find a very giant turtle of some sort. Other times they find unlucky creatures or people that are on vessels that float above the darkness.
oh, like huge tentacles.
Yeah,
Cool.
big boys. Sometimes
Imagine
they're
when
kind
you're
of
like-
small, but most of the time they're pretty big.
It's like when you see octopi in like the dark underwater.
Yeah.
Like you're taking a sip of a drink and you do like a spit take because you look out the window and you see like a giant tentacle grabbing something out of the sky.
very much.
All right. So we enter this tavern. It's not super busy. There's open tables. Place is probably about half filled. The bar doesn't have any seats. It's kind of like a standing order only kind of thing. When you all enter, it gets a little bit quiet. Some people continue talking, but others are kind of, taking in these new people. But you do see, I would say, various surface races here.
Oh.
So you can definitely tell, like, it's not filled with a bunch of drow or dark dwarves or dark gnomes or anything like that. It's a majority of surface dwellers. But the servant that greeted you all is waiting at a table kind of back over here.
He has a chicken.
Chicken.
He gestures
It's one
kind
of
of
those
like
tentacle chickens.
he gestures in a way that, like, he holds his hand out in a go ahead and kind of take your time, get your drinks or whatever, and then you can join me.
All right.
That's got her
Z
drink.
Z raises Chimkin.
This is under Chimkin.
It's dark meat only.
Oh, Lord.
And Chimkin nuggets. All right. So the bar itself, there's nobody there, but things are moving around, kind of on their own. They're floating and either sitting down on the bar for a minute before being, it looks like, picked up and walked to the proper tables. And in the back, you see one person kind of frantically going about different cooking stations and prepping drinks and things, and still hunched over and, like, very vigorously stirring something in a pot. She just shouts back, "Yeah, what do you want?"
Something strong and volatile, if you would please.
Okay. And she's like pointing somewhere, and you see a cup lift and get filled with something from a flask, and it comes out to the counter.
I was about to say,
She
Sassy
says,
just-
"Whatever you need, just shout it to me, okay? I'm busy. You've already been paid for."
Kali was just getting some coins out, and when she says that, Kali still sets a gold on the counter as a tip. Always tip your bartenders.
What does that
That-
smell
don't-
like?
You don't want to do that. That's considered rude down here. I appreciate it, though.
What does
All
that
right, she
smell like?
pockets it
Patty?
back
Yeah.
again then.
It smells,
Does it smell
it
spicy?
smells, it smells like when you're walking to a restaurant you really like, and you can smell that kind of like amalgamation of various foods that you can't quite place exactly what food it is. So, like, if you like a seafood place, it's got that kind of underlying
about to
seafood
say,
smell. Or
that's
a
gumbo.
steakhouse, it's got that underlying, you know what it is, but not exactly what it is. So
That's
It's got that
gumbo.
signature. The signature to it.
exactly, like, it's got that note.
So Kali will get her drink, and then she's gonna go hang out and stand up against the wall since she's got these big old wings.
Okay. Yes, Jax. I can't do that right now because. Yeah. Just wish list it, buddy. All right. So the servant says that I will wait until everyone is here, and then I will talk about the proposal.
That doesn't sound ominous.
Ominous. It's a red wedding. Wait, who's not here?
What episode did Kali get the wings at?
It was in the 30s, if I remember correctly. It was
After the Argonne.
At least 10
no.
sessions
It
ago.
was before the Argonth. It was in
Yeah.
Sharn. It was in
Yeah.
Kyber's Gate. So like
That's
Oh
right.
yeah.
late
that's right, yeah.
20s, early 30s, somewhere around there.
Someone just went, I was like, Kali, you're a dragon. I'm a what?
Ah!
Yeah.
Wings pop out.
Yeah, but the art only got updated recently.
Yeah.
Get our dragon, Kali.
So what about everybody else here? What's the rest of the party getting?
I got my cup. I'm good. I want some of that. Like, I'm watching that person stir that pot. I'm waiting for it to be ready.
Okay, so Sai, you see some sort of shellfish that resembles like a prawn and lobster mixed. And she just kind of crushes the head and then chucks the thing in the pot.
I just start like unintentionally drooling.
You start frosting.
Yeah. She just tossed an entire sea creature in there.
Sea creature is a bit generous.
You're
Yeah.
next.
that thing came from the darkness. Let's be real here.
That's just gumbo.
It
It's
came-
okay. We
it
don't
came
talk
from-
about the darkness.
It came from the squiddy depths.
I
Yeah.
attack the darkness. You find a weird lobster thing. Wait, what?
So does Sai like say she wants a bowl of that?
I
it's done?
am like visibly staring at this bowl.
Okay. She's waiting for the rest of the order so that way she can send these. Rhiannon's not here. Kali, you would probably know the magic that's being done. Celica may have read enough about magic now that she would know as well. So if the two of you want to make a roll for Arcana,
I'm guessing it's
Sure.
unseen servant stuff. Would be Kali's assumption.
How big of a pot
Let's
is
roll
that
that-
woman stirring?
let's roll that Arcana.
Okay.
The pot is probably big enough for about 8 to 10 servings.
18 plus 7.
Yeah.
That's
And-
higher than I'll ever get.
Well, we'll just go ahead and roll just to make sure.
Okay.
It's definitely enough, but
I got a 19 plus a 1. I got a 20.
yeah. So it's unseen servant, but it's all coming from her. So
Very impressive.
yeah. So she's managing all that while cooking. So she doesn't have any overhead as far as staff, unless somebody else has to man everything. But you can tell she lives this place. She lives and breathes the spillway.
I think Zia's going to purposely go visible
Mhm.
and sort of like flutter over and be like, "Hey, can I just watch? I've been practicing my cooking lately. I want to see what you're up to."
He
Since
says
he
that
has
to
the
her.
chef feet. Yeah, because he has the chef feet now.
Okay.
He's trying to learn all these things.
She looks down, kind of unperturbed, and she says, "Are you interested in cooking?"
So I don't know any of the terms because I know nothing of cooking. But I'm sure that Zia, as a chef, would start listing off, some of the things he's already made, some of the things that he's had successes with.
If you're interested in cooking, here and take this, and when the time's right, you take that shaker over there and you shake that seasoning in. Got it?
You got it.
All right. And then she goes off to a different station and starts rotating some meats that are on this skewer. It's held vertically, and
So I've never
she begins
gotten.
shaving these meats off of this vertical skewer.
So I've never gotten into this, but Zia can sort of go into the ring space whenever he wants to. So I think for a second, Zio will pop out, and then when he pops back, he's got on like a chef's hat and an apron.
It's to like kiss the chef.
She's holding out for a hero.
Like, don't banish the chef.
Yeah.
He looks like an imp right now.
Yeah, no, don't have to worry about that down here. All right, so assuming it's important for you guys to figure out what you're eating or drinking, or would you rather just go ahead and sit over there and get the food?
Yeah.
Dude.
I mean,
just get-
I would
get
say that
beer.
like Akash is just fascinated with everything that's happening. Like she's just trying to take it all in because she like just woke
All right.
up.
I do have to
So-
say, because we're underground and everything and it's creepy, I'm seeing these beer mugs in a new light and think it's brains and jugs.
Yeah. No. Jeez, we've established that this isn't some kind of like messed up plane of tormented death. Just because you had an encounter with Tykenthar doesn't mean everything's brains.
Yeah, Libby wasn't here for that.
I know, I'm so sad.
Yeah, I texted her at the end of the night. It's like Tykenthar was
he's
revealed.
back.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it, okay? It's like the worst thing. I can't believe I missed it.
All right. So she continues shaving some meat and putting it with some kind of puffed tortilla bread. And before you know it, as you guys all kind of get your seats, the food is being brought out, drinks being brought out. A small pot that would serve 4 people is filled with that amalgamation of seafood and spice for Sa.
Yeah.
Yezzy! Yeah, they're remember how he got away at the last episode? This is where he went. He went through the multiverse, vanished through the multiverse, and found his new home in Eberron.
He's not only here, he's like, isn't he the master?
He's like holding in for the speaker or something like that.
He's a
No,
literal
not
galaxy
the
brain.
speaker, not the speaker.
He's the master.
Yeah,
He
he's
is the master.
Yes.
Yeah. He's not
The
the,
master-
gatekeeper. Or the key master.
So yeah,
He's all chilling and shit.
He's just
Yeah.
in charge of stuff down here. It's no big
he's
deal.
having a good time.
He's-
He's living
he's
his best
cool.
life.
He's doing.
He's got a nice hat now. It's backwards. It makes him look cool.
But he has to change
How do
it
you
like
do,
hourly
fellow
because of the
kids?
brain juices. So the servant, I am a servant of the princess, and she requests you for a special, as you say, job. She believes that you have similar interests. She has paid for this meal, and she has ensured your protection while you are down here. Aside from the masters, always welcome protection. Sometimes it could be insufficient. No? And he looks over at Zekcha.
Actually, I was sort of give him a vague, studious squint, and just flatly go and agree. Yes. But he says it with some reluctance.
So, you are to enjoy your meal? And then, if you would please, follow me. And he kind of looks out at everybody, making sure that we're on the same page and all okay with this.
I
mean,
want
I'm
to
just
take a
kidding.
bowl of that food.
He said you can enjoy your meal first.
Okay.
Take your time.
Yes. Enjoy your meal. Enjoy your drinks. I am simply a fly on the wall, I believe the saying is.
Yeah, that's the saying.
I guess down here.
Like, out of character, I'm just thinking it's like this is probably very deja vu for only Celica. She's the one that did the princess job.
Yeah.
'Cause
Mhm.
Rhiannon's not here, so it's just me. It's like if we get deja vu.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, well, maybe down here the same would be. I'm like, what's the one on the ceiling? Stalagmite or stalactite?
Stalactite for the ceiling.
Stalactite holds tight to the ceiling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mite
Yeah.
stands up. Yeah.
You know, 'cause they hang.
Yeah,
on
we've
the ceiling.
unlike the stalagmites that are in the darkness with all the tentacles of their own.
Yeah, I got it. I always get them too confused.
Yeah.
Just think of them like boobs. Boobs hang just like tights.
Yeah, that's gonna help a lot.
There you go, Sam. All right, so we're enjoying
What
our
is-
meal, and yes, what's up?
What is the princess's name?
I do believe that she will have to reveal that herself. It is not my place to speak her name.
Kali's just like,
Yes.
I can't stand this crap.
I guess for Zexaver would know, wouldn't he?
He would, but he would also know that that is
You can't say it.
that is her domain.
Yeah.
It would be rude to introduce someone when they're not here, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Especially someone that sounds like they're important. All right. Can I do like an insight on the guy?
Sure.
Cool. I'll just roll this in game. Screw it. I always use my dice now. Into the abyss.
The tentacle reaches
That's
up and
why you
grabs
don't
it.
do into the
It's a 3.
Oh, I should have not thrown it into the black.
Yeah.
Insight is +4, so that's like a 9.
7.
7, yes.
You're like, I'm going to throw a lower number out there and hope that it's the right one.
You know, I might as well do this. I haven't rolled anything with Zexia yet.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Zeksha has some prior knowledge of this
Yeah,
as well.
but I thought
So you
that's
might
what I'll
have
anyway.
a circumstance bonus or an advantage. I would assume.
Well, this is an insight on the servant.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So I also got a 3, but it's a +10, so 13.
Yeah. There you go.
Fuck.
So he is 100% like holding information back.
Mhm.
And you can tell, even with the lower roll, that he's not just watching, he's observing. He's
Yeah,
he's taking mental
scrutinizing.
notes. Yes.
I mean,
Okay,
of course he's
anyway.
holding something back. He has to know her name.
Exactly.
He's clearly not telling us.
Well, that's why I said, like, we have to kind of state the obvious with the low rolls, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but we get a little bit more with the 13, and know that he's doing more than just being here and watching. He's very much getting
So Kali
information
gets that
from you
much from
guys.
her passive.
Exactly.
Because
Yeah.
Kali's passive is 14.
He's getting like a what's the word? An
Oh,
impression of
damn.
us.
Yeah,
Passive's
but more
20.
so to
Oh,
like.
shit.
He's
Oh,
taking notes.
you know what? You're right. Yeah. So you know exactly what he's up to then. Zekcha would know that this is all to report to the princess.
Mm.
Um,
So she knows how to talk to them, how to interact
how
with them.
exactly?
Gotta figure out those weird surface customs.
Yeah.
Like 3 + 4 being 9.
The
Get that.
Cyclops fascinates me to no end.
Kali's mostly just
You're right,
gonna hang out, hang out in the corner, drink a drink.
It's clear the sun has burnt holes in their heads if they come to such mathematical equations.
Jax goes, no, that's 5 + 4.
Thanks, mate.
Guts.
I don't want to play anymore.
What would we do without you?
Probably a lot better.
No.
All right. So you guys are enjoying your food. You know the scene in Ratatouille when he has forget what it is,
The
The-
food gasm.
No, he gets like taken to his childhood with his mom making the food.
Yeah, of course.
So you kind of have that moment of sitting
being a-
on the docks
cold.
when you're like, 7 years old, and you have this spicy slop in a bowl, and you're kind of like just dangling your legs off the dock into the ocean water, and you're watching sailors, loading and unloading various things, seeing kind of like shady deals going on, and everything that caught your interest as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
When I grow up, I'm going to be a
There you
pirate.
go, Guts.
Yeah,
I
when you
was
were 7
already a
years
pirate by
old.
7 years old.
When you were 7, a mere 6.5 feet tall. Just a wee little thing.
Yeah.
Put a temple to your people.
Is that what the rest of the food is like, or just the prawn one she had?
No, if you really want to know. So the rest of the party, if there was no specific orders given, you were served some of this shaved meat with these puffed tortilla sort of bread rolls and a dip that can only be described as like I guess like it's pungent. It's got, if you kind of like lift it up and smell it, it burns your nostrils a little bit like mustard would.
Wow.
But it has it's like a dark brothy sort of mixture. Basically, it's au jus sauce. So it's Zekcha, you would know the proper way of eating this is to kind of like throw this meat onto the bread roll, kind of wrap it up as best you can, and then you dip it into the sauce.
Oh, that looks familiar to Akasha. She's gonna dig in.
Yeah.
Probably
yeah,
will probably get a bowl of Saw's stuff.
So, sadly, no food
That is
flashbacks
just
for.
like-
Oh
for-
no, Kali wouldn't.
Yeah.
But Kali knows that from what they've eaten so far, that her tastes run much closer to Saw's than anyone else in the party.
Yeah, no, and it is very good. It's probably one of the better meals you've had, since going to Sharn.
It's funny that we're
Solid.
getting fed twice. We got
Yeah.
fed
Yeah.
at the Master's Estate, and now we're getting fed here.
Yeah,
Well,
that
that
was
was
your lunch.
That was a while ago, though.
Yeah, this is your dinner.
We went and got our slaves and stuff. That took
Yeah.
a while. There were some negotiations.
Deep dark
Yeah,
Indian.
getting slaves really take it out of you.
Yeah.
We had to wait like 10 or 20 minutes for all those blocks to rearrange themselves while we were just sitting there at the gate like,
Oh, this is awkward. So, I want to say that for Akasha, this would take you back to kind of like that fuzzy memory era where you're still in Sarlona as a very young child. And you wouldn't, like, you don't really have bad memories of that time. The memories that stick out the most are like, when you're still trekking through the desert and you're making do with what you have, but that you're only getting one meal a day, and that one meal is always amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what it brings you back to.
No, thank you. I'm good, baby.
For the rest of the party, it's good. It is very good food, but I don't think anybody has any kind of emotional connection to these flavors, like Akasha or Sa would.
I was
Akasha's
saying,
like,
even if
Yeah.
Kali got a flashback, she's only got one memory. She has from childhood.
Yeah.
being taken to a fuzzy memory is like just
No,
fitting.
actually, it
for...
turns out the food's psychoactively laced. You go back deep. You're doing this like the LSD scene between Pedro and Nicolas Cage.
Love
Like Guts was saying, Kali suddenly recalls being in an eggshell. Ah!
All right.
So- Throw the bread in the sauce, put the meat on, then eat it with the sauce. Got it.
No. Put the meat on the bread, fold it,
Yeah.
and then dip it.
I know, but I want to do the other way.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, you good, buddy.
Savage.
All right. So we're enjoying our food. conversing, is there anything that anybody wants to ask the servant or Zekcha?
Kali's basically given up on getting any useful information out of the servant, like immediately. Like, if you can't even tell us her name, there's no way you're authorized to tell us anything about it. just not even worth speaking to, almost.
Bless you, Shy.
So, Zekcha, are you part of the guard rotations and things, or are you more of a... I'm trying to think of a different word other than gopher, because that sounds insulting.
Cool.
Mailman.
Are you more of a... Or are you more of a specialist?
Oh, envoy would
It's
be
a-
the term.
Yeah. He puts a hand over his heart, looks somewhat taken aback. God rotation? No. Envoy. Perhaps diplomatic envoy. Yes. This would suit best.
Ah, great. We're gonna have the Die Hard 2 now. He's gonna have diplomatic immunity.
Just been revoked.
Have you, in this position as envoy, have you made any treks through the portals then?
At rare times, yes. We do, in instances, need materials from above that we cannot get here. And he'll sort of outspread his hands and look around, such as these.
But I would say that he also kind of would have a pained expression because
Yeah, doesn't like
surfacing
that up there.
is a painful experience, like every time.
Yeah.
When we arrived, there was a great structure around the portal. Did the portal manifest and then you built the structure around it, or does the structure manifest the portal?
You would know that the structure manifests the portal, but also that it was not created by anyone, currently living.
Oh,
It's been around, it possibly pre Tykenthar.
yeah. So he'll just shrug it and say, such things as the portals have simply been. For how long and since when, we do not know. Not even the master.
So that definitely piques Kali's curiosity, because as far as we're aware, these openings where they are now in Corvair have only just opened up.
Or were they there the entire time?
Well, it's possible, but they would have been underground, but there was no way to access at least the one that was under the Inlaeus estate prior to this.
Mm.
So if that's the portal that connected, like, how has that been the same portal? I'm sure there's weird magic stuff. I don't know if, would Kali just know that that's the way these zones... Wow, that's a dumb way to say it, because is that the way these zones manifest? Is that how, like, do the portals just sort of link up to wherever there is an opening at the time? Can they shift? Is it like manifest zones?
The best way that I think that Kali would be able to know and describe is, it's more like when you have one of those plasma orbs and you touch your finger to it and it connects to your finger.
Got it.
It's closer to that. They can pop up spontaneously and they're truly random, but if you place the right thing in the right spot, they can connect. But they can also shift. Like, it's a possibility that that portal goes to other places. And it's up to whoever's using it to make that portal touch the right spot.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Makes me think a lot of like Moon Gates from the Ultima series, where it's based on like
Oh,
phases
geez,
of the moon and
yes,
stuff.
yeah,
But you can,
yeah.
but you can influence it with various tools or magic.
Yes.
Oh, well, he woke his elevator.
That's probably a better description.
Like you can steer the hole.
That's one way of putting it.
Well, I assume that I've already forgot his name. Zexia. There we go. Is there a way to shut these portals from the other side so then they're not open, or is it just a permanent connection?
Zeksha,
Again, he'll shrug at that again.
well, he would probably know that the thing that kind of empowers the connection is what allows for it to be open wherever it's open at. So the only way to really close it would be to close it from this side, not the other side.
Okay, so it's sort of like not necessarily two-way, it's like 1.5 way in.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean now by the plasma ball.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
It's always roaming, traveling, unless you do something to make it just
Yeah.
right. Yeah, so he'll show you. Can only be closed from this side.
Okay.
Was there such a structure on the side that you entered through?
Not really. It was just sort of in a cave. There was no real structure around it.
More of a hole in the rocks than anything else.
Indeed. So that is your answer. If there's a structure, you can close it from the structure, not outside of it.
Okay.
That
How
is both bad news and good news, because while it means we could not close the ones at the Inleus estate, that means we could close the other ones. That neither could they close theirs.
He'll nod his head in agreement.
So in order to shut the one that we came
No,
through
no.
to get here, someone would have to stay in here to turn it off.
Yes, but there's no. You wouldn't want to do that right now, anyways.
The servant
Yeah.
cuts in and says, "It remains less possible now because of this corruption that the crystals bring outside of our home." When he says home, he's referring to here.
Yeah.
The master keeps a 5-mile radius control and keeps them at bay. But the portal is no longer under his control. And he slips up when he says that. And Zeksha, you would be surprised that he said that as well. That was not supposed to be
Yeah.
said. And Kali, as you're about to speak, a blade severs his pinky finger. He's
just out of nowhere.
No. It seems like it at first, but you realize that he is holding the blade, and his pinky finger is off. He's bleeding there on the countertop, the table, and he begins to wrap his hand.
Sorry, I missed some of that because my sound cut out, which is mostly the beginning part of what he was saying.
He basically said that the master does not have control over that area anymore. You know, as you saw, it was being watched, but he has no influence there. He no longer controls the portal. And
Okay.
that was a big slip up. You could see the surprise on Zeksha's face, and then the servant just severed his own pinky finger. Just immediately, no hesitation, did it, and he's wrapping it up now.
No, we
So
could have
it's-
figured that out anyways, because when we were there, we could see that there were kyber corrupted crystals and mushrooms there.
Yeah, the thing is he spoke that the master no longer
Yeah.
controlled the portal.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so he immediately pays the price for that transgression.
Is it possible to tell if that was just something that he knew he had to do, or was it something that was like impulsed on him?
That would have been through sheer devotion. Like,
Okay.
no questions asked. He knew. He didn't make any kind of face of pain or anguish. He was surprised. He said it and immediately paid.
Okay.
Probably
Like
hoping to
Yakuza.
punish himself so he doesn't get worse.
Right.
Will the Yakuza do something similar? If you mess up, you lose your fingers. Done with the pinky.
I am,
Exactly that.
aside from all this, is there any method you have found to dispose of the crystals without scattering them into dust?
We have found no true way of getting rid of them. Smashing them, turning to dust, it tends to make the problem worse, and these crystals simply come back. They might not be in the same spot, but they come back. It's like how you say the
An
the
infection.
Hydra. You cut a head off and many grow. That is how they are.
No more talk
Kyle
about
nodded
hydras,
that.
please.
And take more of her drink.
What was that about, Saw?
I said no more talk about hydras, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the mention of a Hydra, like Akasha's gonna kind of like a little bit of like a but then keep eating.
A little piece of meat like flies out for a second.
Since you seem to know of such creatures,
She picks it up and puts it back in her mouth.
we got unfortunately intimate with one recently. Are you aware of a version of them that has some sort of ability to alter memories?
That is too much information. Kidding, eh?
Well, I
Just
don't
tell
know
them
how
that.
else you want me to say that I was shoved down its throat.
That is way too much information.
I do not need to hear your life story.
You topsiders do weird
Hang on a
things
sec.
with Hydras.
I'm apparently French.
Oh, bigot!
Well, yeah, your sandwich is a French dip. Put the meat in and
It's,
roll it up.
Hajou
dip it.
sauce. So
Omelette du fromage.
it is
Hold on.
a mythological creature. That's what I know.
I didn't suspect I would get that lucky that easily.
It sounded like you got very lucky.
To survive, yes.
Yes.
Say you're alive, aren't you?
He picks up his pinky finger and pouches it and prestidigitates the blood
Souvenir?
off of the thing.
You gotta keep those parts to yourself so other people can't do nefarious voodoo with them.
As they
Casual.
say, keep your hands and feet to yourself.
No one touch him.
All right. So, finishing up our food, he will stand first and kind of formally make his way to the head of the table and give a curt bow and move to the exit of the spillway.
You think we've been here for about an hour-ish?
Sure.
Okay. So, as we're leaving then, and Zio will depart, Zio will bring out some... whatever the lady was willing to let him work with, and with his own ingredients, probably some sweet dongo sticks for each party member, and one for Zeksha.
You will see that he has a small belt. It's not really a belt. It looks like it was some like a leather cord that held up some cooking utensils, but it fit him. And on it are comically, because of how small he is, comically large in proportion, glass vials of spice. Not the Dune blue spice, but like various
Yeah.
spices. Spice must flow.
Well,
Not
you
the
seem
spice.
You seem loaded for bear now, Zia.
In the back, you just hear, "He's welcome anytime."
It's got some cumin.
Well, if you want to sharpen your skills a bit, I know you don't really need to sleep, so this evening you can come back over here if you want.
He would have gotten very friendly with her. He learned nothing about her as as her history or anything like that. He would have probably been told to call her Ami, and
Ami.
yeah, that's just like AMII. And he learned more about how they cook down here instead. It was history of food, if you will, instead of the person. He would have learned, though, that her ability to use these unseen servants was a natural born gift. And that at any given time, she has up to a dozen unseen servants under her command.
Got it. She's a mutant.
Level 99 schizophrenic. My god.
They can sing, they can dance. After all, miss, this is the Underdark.
He's so cool.
So that being said, Kali would understand that that's actually not the spell. That's a spell-like ability.
Yeah. So the fancy little dongo snacks you have now will last for 8 hours, and you can eat it as a bonus action to give yourself 4 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Oh,
Monster Hunter Rise style dongo sticks.
Yes.
I've forgotten how to add things to my inventory. It's been so long.
Just go.
It goes away in 8
customize
hours.
them.
You don't need to add it.
Okay,
Just remember.
I will not.
But
So when
I
you
refuse.
So go to your inventory, click manage inventory, then add custom item. And whatever you do, don't highlight using mouse click because it will close it.
ah,
Is that correct?
yes. The chomp is a bonus action, which is nice.
Does it have multiple chomps? Because there's
No.
usually 3. Okay.
One use. You had to eat it Monster Hunter style. You eat all
But
3 at
deep,
once.
Deep throat that dongo and take it all in.
Now you line it up, the bottommost one in your teeth, and you slide the stick out so they all go in your mouth.
All right.
It's like you've never even played Monster Hunter.
I have.
All right. So you guys follow the servant to the exit, and he leads you underneath the spillways kind of bridge. And he shows you a place that is overgrown. There are trees and all kinds of like almost jungle-like foliage. Sa, you've seen picture books. You know that these things are native to Zendrick.
Oh,
So anybody who's actually studied Zendrick a bit would kind of recognize some of this foliage.
Damn, this stuff would be in that Zendrick manga, Fears' manga.
Yeah.
mhm.
Too bad that's with someone else right now.
Zekcha, you know what this place is, but you are not to, speak her name.
Catherine.
You don't even mention the rumor. This place is simply called the Vale.
Mm.
So,
So, he'll stay tight-lipped until it's time to speak.
yeah. So we
Let them
will...
absorb the majesty of it.
let's see, go right about here and have this.
Grab all of them.
It's gonna be like, yes.
There's a big tree in the center.
Behold, the Erd tree.
You
What?
put some moaning in that. You gotta put some moaning. The Erd tree. Oh. And the vile dung eater.
Oh, Elden Ring.
Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. Oh.
All right. So, led by the servant, you get to the entrance of the Vale, and as you do so, this large tree, kind of the branches up in it, begin to shift, and a dark mass begins to descend from it. And as you start to kind of realize what it is, it's not something that's floating down, it's something that is descending by a very shiny silk-like rope. And then its ligaments begin to spread out. Its bottom half being that of a black widow, and instead of having a head, it is a drow from the hips up.
Oh.
And this, you've seen the Driders that were guarding the Master's place. She is much larger.
Well, Akasha hasn't. This is Akasha's first one.
Yes, that's true. Akasha. Yeah, no.
She has a phobia of spiders too, so she jumps off the side.
Oh no! I think she would be like a little bit odd.
Mm-hmm. So the servant bows, and she nods, and he leaves. She scans the party, and I need to change the music. I forgot to do that.
She's a
Spider Lady
superhero?
help.
Spider Woman?
Spider Lady holds up one finger and says, hold up, gotta change the music. One
Yeah.
sec.
Don't mind that.
Holds up
Taps the crystals.
one of the legs.
Yeah, she
Just
has,
fine.
Apple Watch. She has an Apple Watch on one of her legs and just presses on it to change the music.
Man, you got to get a lot of steps in when you got 8 legs.
Yeah, there's a watch for each leg to measure it right.
Is she
Oh, let me turn it down some there.
She has a stick too.
Why is it being so weird?
Is that a glaive? Is it a guisarm? Is it a guisarm glaive? Is it a glaive guisarm? Is it a
Neither.
halberd?
It's a halibred.
I think my internet's desync.
Oh, no, I just went quiet. You still there, PC?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay. So, she descends and kind of sends the servant on his way. She looks over the party and she says, "Welcome to the Vale. I am Lady Arachne. It is my great pleasure to welcome you."
It is our honor to be your guest this evening, Lady Arachne. Is that your
was it me or
preferred
was it just
title?
robotic?
Wait, what was that, PC?
Was Seb robotic for everyone else? Oh, no,
No,
it's just
no.
me.
It's just you.
I'm gonna restart my internet real quick there.
Yep. Oh, wait. Let's take a quick break while he restarts his internet.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We are back. Oh, geez. Those pictures are not loading properly. There we go. It was just like Celica, me, and Kali's wings.
The most important part.
Yes. Okay. So she's identified herself as Lady Arachne, and she has this kind of medium length hair, goes just a little bit past her shoulders, but it is very clean cut. It's kind of brushed behind her dark elven ears. She's got a almost a silvery ebony skin tone, and it matches her carapace as well. Carapace. She has, as we established during the break, 2 arms. She has 8 legs, but the front 2 are more humanoid than the others. They kind of, but in Monster Musume, she had 8 legs and 2 human feet kind of things. So it's that the front 2 have more humanoid kind of look to them. They almost represent like thighs. They just look armored, and they kind of come down to almost like a high-heeled boot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she continues kind of stepping down here. Don't worry, she's not holding a weapon at you. She appears
It's like-
unarmed.
stabbing rich section.
Yeah.
She has many arms.
Yes. No, she has 2.
Wife has many arms, Ed boy.
Yes. So she says that I have a proposal for you.
We push Akasha forward. No,
Take her, none of us.
no, she said proposal. I assumed marriage.
It would be best we do not discuss it here. If you will, follow me.
All right.
All right. So,
He ends up just walking up the wall. It's like, how do we get up there?
we can't do that.
It just ties us up with a bit of
Her silk.
a bit of a silk and just drags us up
Yeah.
the tree.
Little bit of butt silk.
Could everyone type? Yes.
Freeze it like that.
A gift from my loins.
I mean, spider silk armor is a thing.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not knocking
My
it.
gossamer is the best gossamer.
So she does her best to kind of walk where she can, but she has that, like, sometimes she has to lift herself up a lot higher to get up these angles. So like her legs will stretch out further on one side and be up close on the other side as she's going up the stairs back here. I can remember what buttons do what here. Oh Jesus.
Oh.
Just like
Lady
little
Arachne. What?
No, she's gone to the vacuums. No.
little
What the
tippy
heck
tappy
happened
sounds.
there?
of her
Yeah.
little
Yeah,
feeties.
But
Oh, the hole. There's a hole in the staircase. I went through the rock, I think.
yeah, I
There's a
guess
hole
so.
in the bottom of the log.
So yes, you mentioned the kind of clacking. You get the tippy taps, but the front 2 get the clackies. They sound like heels on
Oh.
stone. High heels on stone.
Lady
She-
Statsky.
Tippy tappy,
Yeah.
clicky clacky.
Yeah. All right, so she gets up here, and as you guys come up the stairs and go through this little kind of formation of branches, the sound outside of this area seems to muffle. Where's everybody else at?
They're still at the bottom.
Ugh.
We've gone deaf. Ah!
Why is Kyle here? You've been here this whole time, sir.
He suddenly just got dragged along against his will, I
Get out
guess.
of here, KL. What you doing?
You're supposed to be all deformed and angry.
You're supposed to be
Recovery.
rejuvenating your missing bits.
Yeah.
With a weasel hugging you.
Uh,
She has a moment. Who are we? No, we're not missing anybody. I'm like, why are there's supposed to be one more player here? Oh, it's Rhiannon. Never mind. We're not missing anybody. All right. So she looks at Zekcha, and Zekcha, you know she's like she doesn't want you here to listen to this, but she also can't ask you to leave.
Yeah.
That's
is that like
you know,
because like the male and female drow thing?
no. This is because he is a envoy of the master. So he kind of has this right to be wherever he goes. And if asked to leave, it would only draw suspicion on the person that's asking you to leave. You know?
So,
So
if he's
she
there,
has
it's
to
kind
let.
of like too bad.
Yeah, she has to let him listen to this, and if she tries to stop him from listening, then that's just gonna draw unwanted attention. So
I see.
she looks over the party, and she says that we have a common enemy in Terra Stars. The Talonors are doing things they should not be doing. No? You may answer me.
Sexy looks to the party.
I'm trying to give somebody else a chance to talk.
Yeah.
That is
What was the
Sounds like a
question?
go.
correct. Yes.
The question was that the Talonors are not doing what they should be doing.
How
They are corrupting the land. They are experimenting in things they should not be doing. However, this is not why I am after them. I am after Lady Talionor. I assume you know what she is.
yes.
I just give a thumbs up.
So, the question I have for you is, do you seem intent on killing her, or could you capture her and then bring her to me?
What would you need her for, if I may ask?
I need her power.
Out of
Everyone's
character, we know that she's a
silent.
succubus, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a device that I've acquired, and it would aid you in her capture. You'll see. And she's gonna kind of like move around and like kind of get a little bit sideways on things, kind of begin to not show frustration, but maybe perhaps impatience. She says, as it stands, you have no way of defeating her. She is too powerful. With my aid, you would be able to succeed in your mission.
What? You should be able to.
Defeat him now.
I'm sorry.
I don't. I don't know if I can ask if why she would want the power for, what she would need it for, because I don't think she would tell us.
I mean, she might.
Zexia might pop in and he'll ask, this lady tell you now. What is it? And you'll look back at the party.
A fiend, a succubus.
Would Zexia be able to guess at what she would need a succubus's power for?
No,
I
Lady
get the feeling from
Arachne
that
is kind of an enigma to the master. She's cooperative but very deceptive, and he's not sure what her angle is, because she lies within webs of rumors.
Yeah.
That's being said of her being a succubus, we are not sure of what level of capability she is. She clearly has
It would be
power
approximately,
to spare.
if I had to put a number on it, perhaps 20.
Well, she's CR 20. That's serious.
I mean,
Wow.
Sal's just gonna like glance along just at other people and just like address Lady Arachne and be like, all right, so oh shit, what was it? It was basically something like, if we take this power from her and just give it to you, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with it? She's just gonna ask it.
What are you gonna do, babe?
What are you gonna do?
I cannot just get the power from you taking it. I would need her. And
Yeah.
I can tell you my intention.
Yes.
You see, I am one of the best of the Umbragen. She says Umbragen. And I have had to live in the darkness for far too long. As have my kind. And she looks down to Zexia. The darkness is a home that you take out of necessity. You do not choose to live in the darkness for all of your generations. I wish
That's
to...
just kind of like hold her hands up. Okay. So it's not gonna be malevolent.
You mean malevolent?
Yeah,
Okay. I was like, wait a second.
that's what I said.
You'll see here. And she holds her hands up to all of these trees. They are once seedlings from home. And I could call them like home. I simply wish to have the power to bring my kind back into the light. The light now is pain and torment. Zexia would know this, yes?
He'll sort of sigh and sort of solemnly nod.
So I simply wish to free my peoples from this darkness that is coming. This greater darkness.
Insight check.
Yeah, I'll do that.
See, you just gotta
19 plus
ask the
4,
question.
23.
Okay.
Yeah,
She
might as well do one too.
doesn't have anything like I guess malice right now. She's being very cooperative, which is very strange. But
29 total.
what, a 29 total?
On insight, yeah.
Yeah. She's being very careful about how she's wording things though.
Yeah, I can tell she's dodging it.
Not so much dodging, but
I think she's just trying to not.
She doesn't
make
want
it
to
seem as though-
answer bluntly.
she's
It's more like
trying not to instill fear.
Mhm.
She is genuinely concerned for her people. And you can tell that there's a kind of somber, forlorn tone to, especially to when she's pointing to all these trees, which she's, nurtured since she's been here. This would also mean she's very, very old.
Mm-hmm.
We won't ask our age because that'd be rude.
So she continues on. Yeah. You are manifestations of the prophecy. She pauses for a moment, looking over the party. Yes, Ab. There are people who can see the prophecy, and there are people who are the prophecy. There are both within your traveling company. I am a person who is part of the prophecy. Though sometimes I can see it within my webs and patterns, within my network of eyes. Oh, that's right. She has like 6 eyes, by the way.
Yeah.
But they're 2 like smaller ones that kind of go back beside her eye, like her normal eyes.
Mm-hmm.
They go back beside in a pair.
Ah, I mean, cool. But
And they are like more almost like a deep crimson kind of mahogany color.
Mahogany.
It's mahogany.
Is that the trees that she's growing? Zendrick mahogany?
Mhm.
And this has granted me a vision that I find troubling. It's darkness. However, I've seen that it brings with it a greater light. And that is what I seek. This greater light for my people. No matter how I have to get it, I must get it for my people. We must return to our home, our birthright.
are you sure that using the power of this fiend is going to be safe for you? Like, it won't just corrupt all of the people you're trying to help.
I have tried everything to aid my people. I have taken this form, this corrupted form, this abomination that I have become is for my people. I have accepted that I am, how you say, immortal. And that I must watch my people die away century after century. So when the opportunity presents itself, I must take it, regardless of the consequences to me. Because if I do not, we die slowly. So if I bring us to a quicker death, then so be it. It would be the same end if I do not try and wait slowly and continue watching until I am the only one left.
So the problem you are trying to fix is your people's sensitivity and vulnerability to the sunlight of the surface, yes?
It would be more than that. The giants, their curse is upon us.
Yeah.
Their curse must be lifted from us. Their magic still resides in our homes, in our homeland.
When you say the giant's curse, do you mean
Their curse of
You mean the-
slavery. We are still but servants to their ancient magics. If you have never been to Zinzarik, you would know that they are still not right in their head. They are zealous. They are fervent. For gods that do not exist, gods of scorpions, gods of war, of beings as they do not say in the histories, these recording books. They are not gods at all. They are remnants of the giants. They are less than titans, less than giants, more souls of hate, of rage. That's what the dragons had to do.
so? This is a twist on the traveler's curse, then, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is. Would Kali know of this then, since she knows about what the dragons did? Or is she
It's the
saying that
giant.
the giants caused this curse?
Yeah, the giants caused the
it's-
curse.
And it never got broken even when the dragons
Empire
slaughtered
fell.
all the giants.
Correct.
Okay.
And that there are remnants still of basically of the giant souls that their rage and
going.
despair, have manifested and continue it.
Man, they're like
Do you
Warhammer
have
dwarves.
do you have some reason to believe that the power of the succubus specifically will be able to help you in this?
I do. I have great reason for this. However, the prophecy prevents me from saying exactly what it is until the time is right. And simply, the time is not right. If I say it too soon, then I fear the darkness would come and there would be no light. I see but broken webs if I say what it is now. There is only but one web that continues towards the light. I apologize that this is a burden I am placing upon you for my people and my needs. However, yes, it is prophecy at its best.
If we use this device, will it automatically bring her here? Will it stop all of her?
It would not. You would still have to do the impossible. It still would require you to fight her, to harm her however you could. This would not be easy. You sadly do not know what you are up against.
Out of character, Kali had been hoping that we could wear her down to the point that Kali could banish her. Because with extra planar beings, they just get stuck.
It doesn't mean that they can't make their way
But-
back. It's just they
Yeah, but they can't for a certain duration. Like when you get banished, you're sent back and you're stuck there, at least for a time.
yeah.
But basically, given that we're told that she's supposedly this powerful, that would also, like, out of character, it would imply she probably has uses of legendary resistance where you just get to choose to succeed even if you fail.
Would that
but from
apply even if she got killed by Celica's sword? Supposedly able to rend to souls and whatnot.
So
I
she's going
Don't
to
know how souls work with fiends.
she's looking over the party and like kind of judging the silence. She's got a very high insight. And she says, "This thing that you are going to have to do, you cannot kill her. This is impossible."
That is usually the way with fiends.
So, as a trade, I propose that I give you this, and when you feel this time is right, then you will use it to capture her.
And you want to break the curse on all of your people, not simply the ones that are here.
Yes, for my people are all of us. She looks again at Zekcha. This would not be right for me to say who gets freed and who does not, regardless of their deeds. They do not deserve this curse. They were born into slavery of the physical kind when I was a child before the Dragon's War. However, the ones that live now are under the curses of these rage and despair manifestations.
I'm just out of character. I'm just thinking about how much she must know about everything.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to do is like present her as very knowledgeable as well. So
Very wise.
Akasha doesn't really know what to say because like she's tongue tied because she wants to like ask stuff that has nothing to do with anything, and that would be disrespectful.
yeah,
And because she's like, oh, you've been alive for so long and you've seen all kinds of stuff.
mm-hmm.
Anyway,
You referred to yourself as one of the Umbragen, yes?
Yes, this is true.
Are there... Does Kali... I don't think Kali would understand what that means, right?
No, probably not. It's not exactly like a common knowledge kind of thing about
Yeah.
Zendrick. So yeah.
Would Zekshade know?
Oh yeah, he's an Umbergen too.
Yeah. So he'll just explain it to Carly then.
Okay.
So him explaining that, you guys would hear basically the Umbergen were a sect of Drow that fled Zendrick through Kyber to get away from all that was happening, basically. And they are the ones that you encounter when you're in Kyber, when you're underground, essentially. Whereas there's two other sects, he probably doesn't mention them, but he says, there's other sects out there that are still within Zendrick, and yeah, they're pretty wild.
What it versus
So-
just savage is.
Oh, you know what? He would probably passingly mention the Mantis Blades, though, because that's
Not true.
that is their kind of their thing. That they
And
make
these
these
two are-
Mantis Blades.
So Celica's Manus Blade doesn't just show up all the time. It's not always on her hip, right?
No, that's at least not what I thought. I know that it had its own manifestation of a sheath. So
Yeah.
you wouldn't recognize it as a Mantis Blade right away unless you really knew what a Mantis Blade was.
But what about Saws?
Probably
I just
the
have
same.
mine.
It has a sheath as well, though.
Okay. So there's y'all some information you can ask for. But Kali has
Mhm.
one other question, which is, so if we help you and you are able to truly break the curse and return to your home of Zendrick, what then? There are many who live on the continent now, and many who strive to eke out their own existences there.
Yes.
This would not turn into a war of conquest for your people, would it?
If it did, I would be having no part in it. I wish to lead my people from the darkness. If they wish to follow or not, this is their choice. I will not force my will upon them.
Do I need to make a new insight check?
No.
Okay. Then Kali would look to the others and tell the rest of the party and say, I think that this is the very sort of thing that we should be wanting to do.
No
She-
argument for me.
She smiles, and it's a very sinister smile. However, it's not
like-
because she's sinister. It's because that's just her smile.
Yeah.
She just looks sinister.
It's just like very evil smile. She like tilts her head forward a little bit. The grin forms, but it's because she's trying to hide her smile.
So she's queen whatever I want to be.
Yeah.
I'm totally not one of those evil queens. Everything you say sounds evil.
There's
Yeah.
like evil cackling and stuff.
If you
I was
don't
just
help me,
born
I
that
promise I won't imprison your whole family. That just sounds like you're gonna do that. No, I'm saying I won't. Believe me.
Trust, bro. Trust.
I guess there's one other thing. We were told that we were here to meet a princess, but you referred to yourself simply as Lady Arachne.
This
Is
is
there-
true. They call me the princess of spiders.
Oh, I get
Is
it.
there a queen of spiders then?
If so, it would have been my mother. Rest her soul. She
Kali tilts her head for like a half second before she remembers, oh yeah, you made yourself immortal. That's right. It took a
Yeah.
second for Kali's brain to catch that.
yeah,
And she was like, didn't you say you're immortal? Oh, you made yourself immortal.
right. You know,
Got
she's got
it.
all this, malformed body essentially. But she says, "Rest her soul." She was one of the first to help us get here. It's not here as in this hold. Here as in the Kyber.
I'll escape into Kybia.
I mean, out of characterly, like, it's basically like, hey, can you help free our people from constant brain afflictions and slavery? Is that
Yeah.
cool, bro? And it's like, yeah.
Help us make our skin not burn up, even though it's quite dark in the sun.
I don't know. That sounds kind of cool. But yeah.
So y'all gonna ask about your mana splits?
Well, I was about to say, is there something that Silica was wanting to say? I heard you speak up there for a second, Guts.
Yeah, it was first just agreeing with what Carly was saying, but I guess I could also bring up if they know anything about the Mantis Blades.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'll just be like, well, I would be willing to help with this kind of issue. I did want to ask because I've learned that these weapons have come from your people. I don't. That sounds bad. Now I'm saying that, but that's not what I mean it like. But
Do you mean the Mantis blades?
yes,
Yes, there are hundreds of these blades, and they continue to make them, but there are 13 pairs.
A lot of pairs.
is one of them missing?
I
13 -1.
I see that this party has one pair here, and
Yes.
half a pair, for my information, is with your altar that is on the surface.
Yeah.
If
It's like,
my eyes do not deceive me, you have this death and this dishonor.
yep, that is right.
And
Bingo.
it is deceit that lies with your ally.
Yes. Is
However, you do not yet know of the others.
no, out of character. I remember a mention of another one that was with someone else, but that was it.
Sal's
Well,
just like,
You have
well, the
not.
other one that could, the
have-
other one that could rend souls like death was. Sorry, with dishonor was with someone else.
You have not done your research on them then.
Sal's just kind of like, wait, you can identify them by appearance without them being out of the sheath.
I was there when they first were made. Yes, their patterns are very unique on the hilts.
Oh crap!
On the hilts and their handle guards.
Get back, phone call.
Okay.
I can hold what I was going to ask until she comes back.
I was there, Gandalf.
I was there, Gandalf.
At the
You've
fortress,
seen the
at the swords of power.
you've seen the surrender to despair, right?
What?
The thing I linked because of the
Oh,
way
yeah,
you
the
kept
protest
saying
thing, yeah.
despair.
Alright, sorry about that.
Oh, good. All right. So she says by the hilts and the handle guards, she can identify them.
Are you? Well, if you were there at their creation, is there anything you could tell us about them that we might not already
As
know?
the creation of the first ones, yes. However, I was not there for the creation of all 13 pairs.
Oh, which ones were you at the creation of?
I was there for dismember and disembowel. Dismember and disembowel.
Hey, lovely.
Those are great names.
Dude, that guy must be the best sashimi chef known to man to have that pair.
And I have heard of the others. The two that were made shortly after fleeing into Kyber. Dirge and Decrepit. Dirge and Decrepit. Decrepit, however you say it.
Decrepit. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give these to the Discord.
I mean, I've already done it.
I'm just saying, like for everyone.
Ah, okay.
There is despair and disdain. There is this is demon and devil. Devil. Darkness and the void. Defile. Yeah. Defile and deviance.
Deviance.
Deceit already know of. And its pair, delinquency. There is deplete and deny. Deplete and deny.
Wow, they're really on these D's.
There is depress and derange. Depress and derange.
Depress and derange.
There is digest and destroy. And then there is detect and diminish. Detect and diminish. All together. Copy this over. There you go.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say because we only are the 13th one.
Yeah.
So,
You have the only two that can use souls the way that they do. These are the last two that were made. Like this, anyways.
Sweet.
so me and Sa have the only swords that can use souls.
That can use souls in the way that they do, yes.
Okay.
In this way, yeah.
There are no other blades that store the souls like this. and give you your immortality.
Mortality. I'm raising my eyebrows at that. What?
She's saying it as a means that, like, you, even if you die, you come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's just- I would ask then, do you know about the effect it has on the soul? About leaving an impression of who was killed before with it?
Sadly, I do not have any clue as to how these work or what they actually do with these souls.
Okay. So you're only there for their creation and what their
I
names
was
were.
only there for the creation of Dismember and Disembowel. The rest were after.
Okay. Just going out on a limb, you don't know who owns the other ones?
This
Right
I
now?
do not know. They are,
Okay.
how you say, well hidden by their owners.
Makes sense.
There are so many mantis blades that it is not uncommon to see people with these blades.
Yeah. It's just the specific ones that are special that would
They
turn
are
up.
they are hard to tell that they are special.
Yeah. All right. Well, you've told us more about them than we've learned through our own endeavors. So, thank you.
She gives a slight bow, but kind of like looks up as she's doing it, so it looks like she's watching you with a deathly glare.
What did I say wrong?
Simply how she do.
Yeah. All right. Well, I know my answer for what she asks. What about the rest of you?
I mean, we freed all the other slaves down here.
You are a student of Morgrave. She's looking at Akasha.
Yes.
I have a few of my own. It's a tin there. Have you met my ally, the Flame Wing? That's the Gyno Sphinx, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
But that the whole party has. Except for Sarah, I think. Was Sarah there?
Yeah, Sar was there. Did you say flame wind or flame
Flame
wing?
Flame Wing. Flame Wind.
Okay.
Flame Wind.
The Sphinx.
Yeah.
Flame wind. Yeah, I was just making sure on the name.
Yeah, I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it was Flame Wind.
So I guess that would be sort of a good thing then, because the Sphinx was actually the good one.
Yes. Flamewind is my mentor.
This gives me great confidence that I have the right people for the job.
Since she's been talked to, she's just gonna. I have no reservations with helping you. And not to be disrespectful, but I just wish I could learn more about everything you know. You've been alive for so long. I want to help you, if only for the chance to speak with you again.
I would love for this. However, I can only do this when my people are safe. Thanks, Cat.
Yeah, I can hear.
Do you hear? Do you hear her?
It's like, no, don't speak to her anymore. She's evil.
Even the cat knows that Akasha's flirting with the Drider.
Yeah, and now Daisy went quiet, of course.
They know.
What are you waiting for, Bard? Seduce me!
Anyway, Akasha was like a little bit it's not that she's embarrassed, it's like she's just so overwhelmed with her desire to ask all kinds of like irrelevant questions to this wise person.
Mhm.
She's gonna kind of like do a weird like kind of curtsy, like sort of.
She will nod back, and of course, with major Ara energy, just kind of like tilt her head as she's doing.
It's like with the Pillar Men, but instead of like the tense words, it's like RR.
Yeah. You are already staying as the master's hospitality. However, if you would like to stay with my people, you are more than welcome. We have rooms here.
Would your people be able to treat someone that has been through torture and disfigurement?
Sadly, no. You speak of your friend, that's what's brought down here. With the shattered men. Yes?
Yes.
Sadly, I do not believe he is able to be helped by any of our people. We are cursed from the light, and we do not possess any healing properties.
All right. That's okay. So what do you think?
I will have them send this device to you if you shall stay at the hospitality. Otherwise, I will keep it in the safekeeping here until you are ready to leave.
It'd probably be better for you to keep it until we leave, just in case.
This I will do. If there is no other questions, I must attend to some business. But you are welcome.
Quick, ask her for some of that sexy spider silk armor. Oh,
Is
what's
that-
the? Did she give us the thing?
She was just talking about that.
Yeah.
What's the
that
thing
should
she
fit.
gave us?
She said that
No,
she.
yeah.
We
Yeah,
offered
I-
for.
she was
to
saying
keep it
hold it.
until we leave.
Okay.
Give it to you at the inn or hold it here until you're ready to leave.
Okay.
And y'all said, here till you're ready to leave.
I had to step away for a second. I missed
okay.
that part. Apparently.
Okay, yes.
Fine.
So no, she's said that you're welcome to stay here instead of the master's hospitality. If that's what you wish, but she has business to attend to. So when you all are ready to leave, then she will have the device sent to you, or if you would, the other option doesn't matter because you didn't choose it. So,
What sort of resources or amenities do you have here that we could avail ourselves of?
we have, how you'll say,
Parking garage.
a double-decker bus.
Sweet.
Is that down here?
So
We have a
she
gym,
says,
pool facilities.
we have places for you to rest and recuperate. We have a, how you say, a steam room where you may cleanse yourself with the steam. And
Yes,
It is
where's
quite a
that at?
novel thing to
So
do.
I know
Of
where I'm going.
Of course, you've not had a massage unless you've had one from a dried hair.
It is rather good.
Where
I
do we go?
recommend the massage.
At the mention of massage, I think Colleen has a pause for a second. Like reaches down to where her dice usually sit, remembers that Akasha has them down, and then it's like,
Imagine. Oh, you good. Sorry.
and then goes, "Yeah, okay."
I was just like, I
Imagine-
haven't had my scales waxed in so long. Let's go.
Haven't had baths in a year.
Do you want to use the steam room? Can Lux even sweat?
Celica's like, Can somebody tell me what a massage is?
Oh. Perhaps it is best we do not go topside. They are clearly ignorant of a great many things. They must be the worst kind of savages.
And like, of course, all of our bathroom facilities also come equipped fully with automatic bidets and noise cancellation.
What is it?
Why are we living on the surface?
They got trains, man. They got actual trams and trains. Public transport, not just Ori and stuff.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
if
not all
Sadako-
owned by a monopoly.
I don't know if Sadako would join the spa thing because she might be too worried about kale and that kind of stuff. So I don't know if you want me to just.
If you put
roll
kale
with
in,
it
you'll
all.
probably just float and die from dehydration.
Yeah. So she might
Oh my
just head back to
God.
the inn and then just stay with him while everyone else goes have fun, I guess.
We'll take
Well,
shifts. We'll go have
yeah.
fun, and then you can go have fun.
Yeah, we'll swap.
Akasha just wants to have a cup of tea with Mr. Arachne.
That rhymed.
What is your name? She's looking at Akasha still.
Akasha.
Akasha. This is a pretty name. If you would like to attend this business with me, you can.
She's gonna like look. I realized I like speak a lot with my face and you can't see me
Yeah.
anyway. Like, her
I imagine
eyes
that
get really
So wide,
She's just gone bright red in my imagination.
like a deer in headlights or something.
I would be honored.
Then you may, how you say, up aboard, and she'll kind of like turn to the side so you can climb on her back.
How adorable.
She's gonna look like really nervous but also excited and like then try to like really like gently but like she's kind of struggling.
So she
Try to
lifts.
get-
She uses one of her legs to help lift you up.
Now, Akasha, be on your best behavior. Wink.
I have, how you say, a backpack color style.
Oh my god. 3 minds are better than one.
So with that, she will
Well-
slink. Was there something else you want to say?
No, I was gonna
Okay.
say, is she gonna go like straight up a wall?
Yeah, she's gonna like slink over this way, and
She's had practice with Kali, it's okay.
yeah. She'll say, hold on, and she will sling some web forward and begin to scale the tree.
Well, you'll get to decide whether you find spider riding or dragon riding scarier later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's probably like
Why is
nauseous
it going?
with both.
Why is it going reverse? This is so strange. I'm hitting up. What the
Because
heck?
the spider silk comes out of the other end, Vex.
Yeah, but she wasn't using spider silk earlier,
But first.
and now she's invisible. She's like,
I think
she
she's on
went
top of the
hidden.
tree.
Yeah,
She
she,
went
She's on
up
top of the
somewhere.
tree.
She's just an enigma, okay?
yeah, really. All right.
Let her be cryptid in peace.
I don't know why
Well, this-
Akasha went
So-
invisible as well.
So, Zekcha, are you joining us or are you returning with Selika?
Mhm. It gives all three of you a look. Just shrugs. It has been a long day. I will go with you. And he refers to Kali.
Selika, are you sure you do not wish to join us? Kyle is likely asleep, and I doubt that you're going to get much out of him.
Maybe we can have Zeksha watch him.
Ugh.
Zekcha just said he was coming with us.
So,
Do not want to be alone with a human.
wait, is Lady Arachne gone?
I mean,
Yeah.
I already got.
Yeah, she went
I
up the
do-
tree with Akasha.
Yeah.
She has to
Why
attend
did we get
business.
rid of all of our potential babysitters before we go?
I mean, I've already did give him shade, so I don't
Yeah.
know. It just doesn't feel like leaving him
You
back
threw
behind.
shade on him.
You threw shit.
I promise if something goes wrong and Shade starts screaming or goes quiet, I will fly you over there, regardless of whatever's going on. Deal?
All right, fine. Let's go get sparred
Is-
up or whatever
Does
we're
she
doing.
check shade through his eyes? Does she
Yeah.
have that ability? Also,
Yeah, she should do, but I don't know if I'm within range.
for story's sake, you are.
Okay.
uh,
I
so
really
yeah, Shade is concerned because the gnome was with Kale, and he's using wrenches and hammers and bringing metal bits into the bed.
He's trying to
so,
rebuild him.
so
The
you
gnome.
know, there's
We
that.
have the technology.
The gnome
so,
is doing something.
so there's that.
We should probably check on them before we
The
go.
gnome is doing something?
He's getting like metal machinery and apparently a wrench from somewhere.
Zekcha, did you know anything about this gnome possibly being good with machines or something?
Nope.
He's going
She
metal.
said, slaves were not my trade. I did not work in acquisitions.
Incorporated.
Incorporated.
Nice.
Do I
Do
don't know
you
if I-
are you going to not be able to relax unless one of us goes and checks on him?
She's
Yeah.
not able to relax anyways.
Go with Saw. Saw, physically drag her down there if you need to.
Oh man.
I can get there fairly quick.
Why are you punishing me like this?
I'm not punishing you. You need. Look, I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? I don't know if you know this, but humans get smelly over time.
Yes, I get that.
Section gives a massive eyebrow raise to Carly until it steps away from her.
Because Celica's a human.
Yes, but. Mm. Mm.
You know, because Kali knows too much or about humans.
Yeah, like I'm curious why Zach just stepped away.
Just like, ew, gross.
Oh, is
No.
it?
Associate
I
with
brought
them.
up
By
the
association.
subject.
By
Okay.
association.
You smell people. That's what is the problem.
You've been sniffing her.
Look,
Yeah.
you need to go ahead and, for everyone's sake, especially yours, go have a steam, have a rinse, enjoy a spider massage. Excuse me, drider massage.
Alright, girls, let's go.
All right.
I will go and check on Kyle, and then I will join you because I know if you go, you will never show back up.
Hmm.
All right then. Lead the way, Saw. I don't know where I'm going.
Well, I guess it's actually a point the way for you. But he doesn't want to leave Carly unaccompanied. So he'll go with her.
Interesting.
Or is it?
It is interesting that Zeksha specifically doesn't want to leave Kali unaccompanied. So, Kali would have started going, and then seeing Zeksha following sort of gives him a look, and we'll say, is there something I should be worried about? It was a fairly short distance.
Not at all. But one can never be too careful, yes?
So you think that they are more safe under the princess's care than I would be alone?
You could ask for meanings that are perhaps not there.
There are always meanings to every action.
Indeed there are. But let us say, to be seen alone around here is perhaps not always favorable.
She'll
right,
she'll
you're right
nod
there.
at that and take it at face value for now. But it's still a little curious thing to her.
Jesus Christ, okay. Us, you
Well, it's
baka.
it's an interesting thing that he's like, you can't go alone.
That's
so
what you
they'll-
can, but it's just, it might not be a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Able
So
to
they'll
do
head
it?
back, go and check on Kyle.
All right.
See what insanity's going
So
on.
we'll do that. Then we'll go to Akasha. Then we'll go to Celica and Sa. So we arrive back, and the old woman or young woman, however she is, welcomes you back into Master's hospitality, and she says that the others have gone to eat next door, all except for the little funny fellow. He's been bringing stuff back and forth, tools to fix something or the other. I'm not sure exactly what. But he said something about being a foot or a miss or I don't know, something weird.
Foot is a miss.
Very well, we'll look into it.
Thank you. I respect the privacy of my clients, especially when they are under the master's care.
We appreciate your discretion.
She just gives a slight nod and continues. She's basically doing bookkeeping right now. So
Cool.
all right, so you guys go up a couple flights of stairs and get to where Celica had dropped Kale off. The door is kind of like cracked open, and you hear some loud clanking. Kind of before you hear it going up the stairs, you hear it getting louder as you're approaching. And who's the one who kind of pushes the door open?
I think Collie.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
The door opens silently, no creaking. Mysterious door. And you see him like whacking something where Kale's foot should be. It's kind of like a long, curved piece of like flexible looking metal, and he's hammering this bolt into it. And you can see he has another device kind of hooked off to the other side of it. And as Kali is finished opening the door, he kind of like cranks the device, and it squishes the metal on both sides of this bolt and fastens this appendage at the bottom of his foot, or where his foot would be. It fastens that long curved piece of metal to the rest of this prosthetic.
Where's Shade at? Is Shade just like sitting on an end table, just staring confused?
Yeah, he's very concerned and confused.
We didn't get a name for the gnome, did we?
No.
No.
I linked what.
So
I linked in the thing what it looks
yeah.
like.
So is this your expertise? Are you an artificer of some sort?
Nope. Just nobody else was doing anything, and everywhere I asked said no. Nope, our magic's all dried up. You gotta have money. You gotta have these things. So I've just been digging around looking for stuff, and I found this stuff here, and I just kind of, I just wrangled it up and snapped it together.
Is Kyle completely unconscious still?
Yeah, he is knocked out.
There's like a hammer welt on his forehead.
This is you then notice like his fingers have like string like small rods attached to them, and it's attached to a glove. So he has some kind of prosthetic there for his missing fingers.
What kind of check would this be?
It's a great question. Let's see.
A mechanics check.
Yeah, really. If I had to use one, I would go with investigation for a general knowledge check.
Okay.
That way you can kind of like look over it and figure out what it is.
Let's see. Investigation. Passive is 11.
I hope yours is better than mine. I got a 13 total.
Yeah, you got to roll for investigation anyway. So
mine's only +1, so here goes, I guess.
Same.
Hey, 19, so 20 total.
all right. This gnome is practically magical. uh, he's just kind of on a whim devised or invented prosthetics that fit fairly well. Like, it doesn't look like it would be that uncomfortable. I mean, it's gonna be because, it's an amputated limb and it's got to get used to that. But there's no machinery involved whatsoever. When you look over the fingers, it's a glove that has fingers, metal joints essentially, that are connected by flexible bands of string, and they're held basically closed naturally. And if you were to flex his fingers outward, it would pull the string and open those fingers, allowing him to at least hold stuff, or he wouldn't have much grip in those fingers, but he would at least be able to hold a cup,
So like retention, like that
Yeah.
guy on YouTube who uses like the chain to actuate his hands as he flexes his wrist back and forth.
Exactly.
Yeah, that stuff's cool.
Yeah. So but there's no like machine parts, no magic or electricity or fuel
It's
powered
just
stuff.
metal and
Yeah,
twine.
Yeah, it's not
the thing-
like Celica's arm.
Yeah, and the thing at the bottom of his shin, it's just a flexible piece of metal. It's a springy piece of metal, so it would act like a leg should, in a way, allowing some spring. So if he were to try and run, he could at least put pressure there, and it would push him forward, just like a normal foot would give it pressure.
You just
But
came up with these designs
it's less
on your own.
complicated than that. It's very simple. But yes,
Yeah,
essentially that.
That's the idea.
Yeah, it will. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, and he was a fighter. He I didn't want him to suffer. So yeah, this is what I can do. I'm good with this kind of stuff. It's practically useless in everyday life, but I'm good at it.
Well, I certainly think that I know several people who would be very interested in hiring you on or paying you quite well for these services.
You know lots of people with missing body parts?
I know people who make their living with inventions and things that often
Oh,
use
okay.
magic,
I was
but
beginning to get a little concerned for my own limbs.
Holly thinks for a second. I mean, no, Celica's really the only person I know who's lost a limb, I guess.
Well, it's.
I mean,
it's,
Stella lost her
it's,
head.
It's good that you guys are here. I've got to get these tools back before anybody notices that they're gone. Okay, bye.
You.
And he
Wait-
just
wait a
begins
second,
to,
you-
he just begins scooping up stuff and walking out. No, really, I gotta go.
Don't go too far.
Godspeed, I guess.
Somebody out there. Where's my wrench?
Where's Bessie?
Where's my 10mm socket?
It's not in the foam. It's supposed to be in the foam.
You sure it didn't fall down in the engine bay? Oh, it's gone.
One of them tentacles probably snatched it up.
All right, so
You know how they be.
cutting away from that over to Akasha and Lady Arachne.
Yes,
Two
where
friends
are
hanging
we?
out.
So you guys are up in this tree, this very large tree, and there are several other Driders that seem to be conversing in low whispers, and they all get silent when you and Lady Arachne arrive, and they look at you like they want to rip you limb from limb. They are flush-faced. Some of them have lighter skin. Others with the darker skin, their faces get even darker. And they look absolutely... And I would like an insight check.
Alright, let me see. Why can I not find that? There it is. Apparently, I don't remember the alphabet. Okay, I got a 7 plus 3, which is a 10.
Okay. Yeah, they're pissed at you. Yeah, no. Akasha's probably oblivious as to why. But Lady Arachne says, here we are. Here we are. You may disembark. And you then notice that, like, this area has various platforms that are all about twice as large as these Driders are, and they're little platforms for them to rest on. But some are larger than others and have various comforts like pillows, and there's like goblets of stuff nearby and pitchers. So this is kind of probably where her elite ones reside. Oh, hang on a sec. Gotta check a message.
You don't have to check it now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I thought it might have been important. All right.
I'm organizing files and I'm finding stuff.
So, she looks
I
out
was
at
just
the
gonna
others.
be like gingerly go where Lady Arachne's kind of like maybe gesturing, like
Yeah, just right next to her, basically. And Lady Arachne kind of like slides some of her pillows towards Akasha, so that way Akasha can have a comfortable spot to sit. She'll probably, as she's like getting on her knuckles or knees or whatever you want to call them, probably pats the pillows to let Akasha know. And that's when like Akasha notices that the other Driders are now like even more mad. And she goes, ladies, nuts on your face.
Moment ruined.
Got him.
She says, ladies, do not be jealous. She could not get up any other way. She is a student of Flamewind. And they reluctantly lessen their anger, in appearance at least. But now it kind of clicks for Akasha that they're all super jealous that Akasha got to ride on Lady Arachne's back, and now she gets to sit next to her. The injustice.
oh no! It's like
Yeah.
The teacher's pet.
Oh, this is like she's so familiar with that attitude from the university. I'm trying to think of
Yeah.
like what she would even do to combat that. Like,
It's just all teachers' pet.
One of those, like, you lift your hands up like, ooh, sorry. So she then begins to kind of unload what was said below. She kind of lets the other ladies, and this is also when Akasha notices that there are no male Driders. They're all female. And
oh yeah, that reminds me. I was gonna ask, like, out of characterly, because I just know about Driders because I was like really fascinated with Drow when I was like 15. I don't know why. Anyway, what would Akasha know? Like, would you not really know much? Because this is sort of, I mean, it's the history of this world.
so you can
seems
give
kind of
me
like convoluted.
you can give me 2 checks. One would be Arcana and the other be Nature, because it's kind of a mix.
Okay. All right. For the Arcana, I got a 9 plus 4, which would be 13, and then for the Nature, I got a natural 20 plus 2.
Beautiful. All right, so Driders are not a natural occurrence there, but they have a natural essence to them and to their, I guess, abilities and natures. The magical portion being how they came to be within Eberron. You had studied Zendrick, so you would know more about the Scorpion type than the Spider type. The Spider type are essentially an Umbragen thing only. The Scorpions are all male. There are no female Scorpion Driders. They are also native to Zendrick, and they worship the Scorpion God. That's just the Scorpion God. They, in doing so, basically gain the ability to have this, this Drider form. and it becomes permanent once taken. But because of that, they stay in Zendrick. They do not leave Zendrick. They basically fight the other factions. They, kill, plunder, live in evil, all in name of the Scorpion God. Whereas Driders of the Arachnid type are, of course, all female, and their origins are much more vague. But learning about Lady Arachne revolutionizes this for Akasha, because she now realizes that since they're not a natural occurrence, but they have natural properties, they are made essentially when a pact is made with a higher power. In the case of the ones on Zendrick, it's with this Scorpion God, whatever it is. In the case of Kyber, it has to be with Lady Arachne.
Oh.
So something that Lady Arachne is able to do essentially is to make Driders, but it seems like she is unable to turn male drow into Driders. So it could be, physiologically related. It could be she just doesn't understand, or it just doesn't have the power to do that. But this becomes kind of very prevalent in Akasha's forethought, as Lady Arachne is relaying what was said below.
Okay. Good to know.
After a little while, though, there are a couple of much smaller Driders, basically the same size as a person, which means that they're very short and cute and young. very, very short, cute, and I want to say young looking. In the span of an elf's life, they're not mature yet. Like they're not
Babies.
no, like they're in their like 60s.
Yeah.
But that's like teens for us, right? So
True.
basically a bunch of teenage Driders ascend and begin to deliver fresh food and drink. Oh, Sab, why?
Oh.
Ugh. and that's when they say it's like, oh yeah, that's Budo's. What? Huh? There's not even a B. There's not even a
not
B
even
there.
say.
What does it say?
It clearly
It's
says
confusing.
Museum United.
Aim stood 19.
That's too distracting. All right. So, with that said, we're going to go down to the sauna.
Smini.
With
I
some
Step one in the
didn't.
sauna. Whip yourself with 3 brushes.
All
Wait,
right,
the
let's-
Okay.
sauna?
Are
I
you
bet it's-
flocking
it's like a
yourself?
finish. Yeah, it's like a finish
Uh,
sauna. You gotta whack yourself with the
Ye-
3 brushes.
you are walked into the sauna. Like it's an immediate steam effect. Oh, she can't fit in. She can't get in there.
Too
What do I
big.
do? Okay, there.
Delete her.
And the ladies, these 2 Driders, just begin to undress you.
Right.
Uh, you would not want to get your clothes sweaty. You would not want them to get too damp, so you must take them off immediately. And we are doing else. This is normal for the sauna. You would not take a bath in the clothings, right?
Sal's already stripping.
No.
She has the right idea.
Just unexpected is all.
A seashell hits Celica in the face.
Yeah,
come
that
from?
shoulder, that conch of a shoulder pauldron comes off, and it's like 15 pounds.
Yeah, she takes off her training gear.
I just
Yeah.
have to say that I'm still wearing full armor, so this is going to take a while.
Yeah,
He,
yeah.
like,
Well,
slams onto
you
the
have-
floor and like
you-
makes a crater.
You now have 2 Driders assisting you, and they go out of the sauna and put these things up, and then they come back in, and they simply melt down onto the ground. Ah, so much better.
Do their legs get splayed out? Like
Yeah,
Pepe the
exactly.
Frog?
they
It's like
they
the
even
lazy
like
spider.
yeah, they even like kick them up and down a little bit, like they're happy.
Aww.
Aww. Why are they so cute?
So, you are the Skyfires.
So I was just like
yeah.
relaxing and like the thumb over towards Celica.
Make me feel even smaller.
This is so cool. You have rescued the train and taken the bandits' airskiff. I saw this in the how you say it, the graphic novel.
There's a graphic novel.
Yes, well, it is a monthly serialization that has many different stories and rumors, and it's from all over. And there's one with the Skyfire, and it's normally about 15 pages, and it comes out in the monthly Jump.
Okay. That's interesting. I didn't even think there'd be information about us getting down here.
Yes, there's this storyteller, this Samuel, that is the author of it.
If I had a camera, you'd just see me just fucking. Oh. Oh, well, that's. Huh. I'll have to talk with Samuel when I get back.
So they're just like, what do you think bards do?
You know the Samuel?
Yeah, he's actually with us sometimes.
Then could you perhaps maybe get his autograph?
I could do that for you, sure. Kind of. What she doesn't say it, but like half of her is like, she didn't ask for my autograph.
Several more Deriders peek
Oh, God.
around the corner. And they're all like shocked and surprised, like, wait, this is an option?
Oh God, sudden realization I'm gonna have to get a lot of autographs now.
He is so hot. Ever since they had their interview in his picture, he has a way with telling stories that evokes emotions.
I don't need the insight to know what she means.
Some of the others like, yes, he's so very dreamy.
Yes,
Pause there,
Yeah.
spider groupies.
I agree that he might be easy on the eye.
So, perhaps you could get the autographs for us? If we give you the books?
Sure, I can see if I can do something like that for you.
Ah, this, how you say your name is, this Celica, the fire. The fire, you are so cool.
I have acknowledgement.
Is it true that your arm can shoot fireball?
Yeah, it can, yes.
And that it ejects this cartridge. And then you reload it and you can fire again.
Samuel's pretty detailed in that thing, yes.
This is so cool.
I would offer to show you, but I think it would not be safe in here.
This would not be safe, but perhaps maybe afterwards you could shoot it into the darkness. There's plenty of these tentacles that you could shoot. And like two of the other traders are like, no. This is bad idea. Do not listen to her. She is a little too crazy. She has, how you say, no respect for All the possibilities that could be in the darkness.
It's fine, but I'll be sure not to shoot any tentacles anytime soon. But
So
yeah,
after chilling in the sauna for a bit, all of the triders that are here escort you over to the massage cots.
Yes.
All made of 100% locally sourced silken threads.
And like they don't really like let you lay down more so than they like just push you down on the cots.
it must be. I'm just like thinking from our perspective, because our perspective is like seeing a naked dryad for the first time, but they're like
Yeah.
seeing naked non-dryaders for the first time.
They're
They
they're
have to
like
figure
they're
out what kind of
studying
anatomy
Saw's
of-
legs, and then
Yeah.
they're like they look over at at Celica's legs, and they're like, these are very attractive. You have
They go on and on.
you have strong thighs.
As they say, extra thick.
However, you must roll over now, and they just roll you over.
Yeah, they just push you.
It's one of those like they get up kind of over you and use like 4 of their legs to just roll you over as if you were getting spun in a web.
Oh, I was about to say, spider meal.
And then they begin to kind of just step on you. And at first you're like, oh, this is bad. And then it's like 3 bones pop, and it's like, oh, this is good.
I don't care if I'm
There's-
decapitated. Let's keep
yeah,
going.
various bones begin to separate. And they seem to their spider tippy taps seem to kind of like find these pressure points perfectly. And you
Is
know,
this what relief feels like?
yeah,
What the hell?
you're already feeling more flexible than you've ever felt. Ever. And then they begin to like rub in various knotted places in your back. And it's like at first it's like kind of like somebody driving a knuckle into your back, so it's like you kind of arch your back a little bit, and then suddenly it kind of spreads out a bit, gets a little bit wider, and then you feel that whole region kind of just relax. And there's also the temperature of it, because they were in the sauna too. It's this like hot massage, not like hot sexy massage, but like hot as a temperature.
There's probably a sign that says no sexual services provided.
Yeah.
I mean, to
The
be
only
honest,
happy
if
ending is in a web.
to be honest, if it is this relieving, it's probably going to sound like that anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Unless they want to make a bit of extra gold.
yeah. They had to soundproof this room.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had a massage, so I'm jealous.
Oh, dude, you should Thai massages, especially when they use like the hot rocks in the oil.
I'm
So
good at it.
So good. Yeah. So
You
good.
and me, both. But at least my character has had a massage now.
Thanks, BC. I'm glad you agree.
Got you, buddy.
I'm good at it.
He stayed here for 4 weeks. He knows.
Yeah.
4 weeks too short.
So, oh right. So let's cut away from that.
Oh man.
So we gotta cut away from
Cut
the
away
fun.
as they break out the newer gel.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So, as Kali and Zekcha would probably be about to leave, Kale groans. He
Holly
begins to
mentally is
wake
like,
up.
Holly mentally is like, I swear I'm gonna kill Celica if she's not enjoying herself. If
You can hear
Celica
it,
comes
like,
back and she's like, it was terrible, just Eldritch Blast.
if it weren't for the soundproofing, you would hear.
Yeah, we gotta adjust Celica's character sheet height. She's gonna be 3 inches taller.
We have decompressed 3 whole vertebrae.
Yeah. And Kale says, why do I feel like somebody's been slamming a hammer next to my face?
Because someone's been slamming a hammer next to your face.
And from the looks of it, on it as well.
He goes to kind of like rub at his temples, And then he feels like the cold metal touch his face, and he like freaks out for a second. Oh, 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 right. Okay.
Your fellow prisoner gnome friend has decided to make some improvements until we can get something more substantial, so
Okay.
that you do not feel that you are helpless.
He just looks down, sees his leg, and he's like, yeah, better than nothing, I guess. I need a drink. I need strong drink.
So Kali will send Zia off to go get that from the innkeep.
All right, so the inn's busier now. And she doesn't just send Zia back. You get a message that she needs help, but she's going to send an unseen servant over with food and a drink.
Okay, so
Kale.
Kali's going to say, so I guess you're just going to stay there for a while then, Zia, is that right?
Yes. Also, I need a wisdom save.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the
The brain tentacle thing. Yeah.
That is a 17 plus 4, 21.
Okay. So you definitely, feel that creeping around in your skull, something slimy, just getting a little.
Oh no!
Same,
a little
it's
bit
the
of
same
brain
as
licky.
before, though, right?
Yeah, it's the same exact thing. It just
Okay.
it just kind of happens. It's just like
Ugh.
it's between the skull and the brain. I shouldn't feel all this.
This is why Kali didn't telepathically inform Akasha.
Exactly. Yes. But Zia's like, I get to cook. So
Yeah, he's even if they weren't busy, he would have been like, yeah. Sorry, can't make it back.
Yeah. So
Mouse
yeah,
is like, damn, what
she-
spice is going on?
she's sending over an unseen servant to give Kale his food and drink. Maybe tend to him a little bit. So with that, when Kale hears he's getting a drink, he doesn't care about anything else. He's like, all right, you guys, just let me sleep for a bit. My head is still
The rest of your
Robbing.
things, should be here in this. I assume there's like a chest at the end of the bed or something.
Yeah, they always like have a foot locker or something.
Yeah.
Aside
from that, if you need anything,
wait. Rhiannon, she's okay.
Yes, she is fine.
I'm not gonna have him
Summer
make an
has
insight.
been dealt with.
Okay. Then it worked then. The other portal. Before you go, the other portal. It goes.
Yes.
It goes to Tervalistas. It's how Summer got there so quickly and back. It leads under the what do you call it? I can't think right now. The place where the nobles live.
Sounds like an important building, like a castle, like a keep.
Yeah, keep. The keep, right. It's under there, if I remember right. He said something about water and prison. I can't remember the specifics.
It is okay. I believe I know exactly what you're talking about then.
Good. Well, all right. I'm just gonna. I guess I'm just gonna lay here, honestly.
Yes, we will make sure that they send up some food so that you are
Yeah.
able to munch on a little bit.
Thank you. No,
We'll
golly,
head.
I mean that. Thank you.
You are very welcome.
And
I'm
tell that
sure
little.
that Rhiannon.
Sorry to interrupt again. And tell that little rascal that I appreciate what he did.
Absolutely. She's gonna gesture and say, and I know this is going to sound weird, but if you do need anything else, the Shade is a weasel, right? Or a mongoose. I always forget.
I thought he was a ferret.
A ferret.
Isn't he a ferret?
No, he's a
Weasel.
weasel. Weasel.
He's
Yeah.
a weasel.
Yeah.
He's tiny.
Yeah.
If you need anything, just get the weasel's attention, and we'll
Yeah.
know within a few minutes.
I was in and out there for a hot minute, and he was telling me it was gonna be okay. So I thought that it was just me, but turns out the weasel can talk. So
It's actually where,
Has
like,
Collie heard the weasel talk?
It's actually where like stare daggers at the weasel. What the?
I believe.
'Cause I thought-
I believe he talked when we were talking about
Yeah.
the portals above ground. But
Oh,
I
okay,
don't
that's
think
right.
ever
I
asked.
didn't remember if that was just to Celica or not.
no, that was allowed.
It's really hard to keep track of all of these things that talk to Celica that shouldn't talk, okay?
Yeah.
You got a fish, you got a sword, you got a weasel. I'm sure you've got other things. I'm surprised your armor doesn't talk to you too.
Don't jinx it.
Wait,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
on to us.
Yeah, you'll have to ask about the other voices if you're really interested.
This campaign. This
She's on
campaign
those
is,
boys, scram.
This campaign is actually just one bigger prop hunt, and Silica's it.
None of them are real. It's just me.
Yeah,
it's
this,
just-
this whole
we're
campaign is
playing
in
prop
Celica's
hunt.
head.
Yeah, it's all prop
None
hunt.
of
We're
us
playing
are
prop
real.
hunt.
Yeah. She's still in session 1, just wistfully looking out over the sunset as the airship's leaving Tervalstad.
Celica, it's okay. You can let go. We just need you to do one thing. Just wake up, Celica. Wake up.
The airship crash, Mourning. What are you talking about, Emma? We're gonna ride the catch.
No, what much worse. Oh, you're awake.
Oh no.
Oh, good.
Damn
Finally
you, Todd
awake.
Howard.
We're crying across the border, right? We really were.
All right. So I free you of your bonds, Kali and Zekcha.
Excellent. If you do start feeling better enough that you wish to avail yourself, let the weasel know. They apparently have a steam sauna here.
It's really good.
I appreciate it, but I doubt I'll be in the mood.
All the
Understood.
bits just rust off of him.
What was that?
All the metal bits just rust right off his head.
Yeah. Well, luckily with all that, he can just take it off.
All right. Time for us to go get our steam on. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. I mean, yes, brother. Hell yes.
All right. Grab your. All right. So before we get to that, let's go back up here to Akasha and there we go. To Akasha and Lady Arachne and the entourage of Driders. So she had finished discussing essentially that the Skyfire group is on board with this deal. With this plan. So Trina is another Drider. She Lady Arachne asked Trina. Let's see. I'm gonna spell that with like tree and then N-A. Treena. She is asked to go ahead and unveil the device and to show it to Akasha because she's gonna show Akasha how it works.
Oh, okay.
And Trina kind of clambers over PC.
No.
Can't look away.
There's one specific part that I cannot look. I cannot look away from.
Anyways,
Away
Trina
from a door
brings
stopper.
over this small box. It's like a little jewelry box. And she sets it down in front of Lady Arachne, and she's very formal about it. She's very, like, stoic and rigid with her movements. And you kind of notice that all of the girls are like this. Lady Arachne is, their lady, Arachne. uh, so I guess the best way I could describe it is Lady Satsuki and her
Mm-hmm. And
subordinates.
her entourage.
Yeah. So she opens up this jewelry box, and inside is a collar. It is like a leather collar that has a little buckle on it. It has some amethyst colored studs that go all around it. And these studs are all kind of like faintly glowing.
Oh my.
And she says, "This is a true enslavement collar that once it is put on the person, it renders them unable to resist their masters' will. Any type of resistance would be met with great pain. It is a dark item that I am not happy to resort to using. However, I believe in this case it is worth using. To get it to work, one, it must be given an owner. I am its owner. Should this be destroyed, I would suffer greatly. However, I am immortal, so I would just simply suffer for however long the curse would be. So it is imperative that you do not let this get destroyed easily, or at all. Do you understand?
I do.
Then, with that type of it being done, the next step is simply to get it onto Lady Dalianor's neck. This is going to be the hardest part. However, once it is done, it will not come off unless I take it off of her.
And there would not be a problem with us handling it and putting it on her ourselves?
The only problem you would have would be her resistance. However she fights, I do not know. But it is also important that you do not put it on anyone else. Once I feel the connection, there is going to be great pain on whoever this color is put on. So we must get the right person. However, I do know that the Skyfire has seen her and knows her, as did they do with Sir Talino.
If I can be sure of nothing else, it is that you can trust Skyfire.
I certainly hope so. I do not wish for my people to suffer any longer.
Out of characterly, I guess, would Akasha know that, like, specifically her faction of Drow had gone to escape?
Yeah.
Okay, because this kind of reminds her of, like, what happened with the quarry that became the
Right.
Kalistars.
Yeah, it's there's definitely some parallels to draw there, yeah.
Yeah, so she's just gonna... I feel... How do I say this? I feel a kinship with you
And
for the fact that your people came here to escape their suffering.
Yes, and I do know that your people are very similar. In several regards, you have this problem in Salona, in your homeland, that has caused many of your people to flee just like mine. And then you have what has happened with the quarry, that you yourself are prisoner to a quarry soul, or
You think
at
so?
least warden of the prison. However, I feel perhaps another kinship over you. You are, how you say, a cupcake.
Oh God. Uh,
And I
If
want to just bundle you up into some webs and keep you.
if I could keep you as a pet, I would love this.
I could
I
just
do
eat
not
you
mean
up.
this with any offense. I simply find you very cute.
You only have
Fantastic.
2 legs.
And you've
the
used those 2 legs to walk into my heart.
the jewelry case snaps shut, and Trina slowly backs away with a murderous intent in her eyes.
She's practicing her self-control right now.
I do not hope I have offended you.
No, no, not at all. It is an honor to be among you and your people.
We are always glad to host Plains of Flamewind. Are we not, ladies? There's a mutual, forced nod. All eyes on Akasha.
Yeah, that feeling of I'm really happy to
I'm
be
in
here,
danger.
but also really in danger. Yeah.
So, the next order of business is essentially addressing mercantile sort of stuff. She begins to kind of talk business. Essentially making sure that this place, Arachne's Vale, is up to stock. It's, taken care of and everything like that. So, somewhat boring stuff that they begin to talk about. However, these teen driders are kind of enamored with Akasha, because as Akasha learns while the other Driders are droning on about business, Akasha learns that this is the first time that somebody with only 2 legs has been brought up into the canopy. And so they're like constantly pouring tea for Akasha. Like you take 2 sips and they're pouring some more and super interested in you and asking you all kinds of weird questions. Mostly what are toes like? Are they feet fingers? Do you use them to grab things? Do you drink with them?
Oh no, that would be very hard. But I can turn doorknobs with them.
Wow. So do you do that with shoes?
That's probably the most woke thing you could do.
I don't know if I've tried to do it with a shoe. I feel like that would be too hard.
The tea begins to overfill a little bit. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's so
Oh, it's okay.
weird.
I think I have prestidigitation. I'm pretty sure.
Hang on. We're gonna cut away for a second. As Celica has tea, hot tea. No, not Celica. Sorry, Kali has hot tea just dumped on her.
Uh-oh.
Just
It comes from out of the tree. You see some platforms up there, but you don't see any like life forms. It's
I'm sure Zekishe would have heard it coming and just stepped away ever so slightly.
Just looks over herself like,
What?
is this something that happens here?
The blessings from above, perhaps.
Oh no, that makes it way worse sounding.
Yes, it does.
Oh no,
Holly
it's like
immediately
You're not
pressure
standing under
digitates
apartments, are you?
Hey, at least it's not
Like
scalding
some-
hot.
some warm liquid like lands on you from above.
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And
Holly
then it says
immediately presses
blessings.
digitation. I definitely need that steam now. Let's go for the love of. Ah. Is there
She's just,
like a full
walking,
immersion? Is there a full immersion bath or something I can just completely get inside of?
there is only one level of immersion. Totally.
That is what I need. Perfect.
So, Triders begin to escort the two of you into the sauna. Back in here.
Dasana.
Yeah. There are some noises coming from down here. Some ladies are making some noises that normally aren't heard in public.
Like Elden Ring and intro man noises.
Yes. So the Driders begin to undress the both of you, get you ready for the steam, and it feels like there's not a whole lot of steam in at the moment, but then you can hear something begin to sizzle, and steam begins to billow in from basically these like small vents at the bottom of the baseboards. Yeah, hang on a sec. Okay. All right, Shy. Thanks.
Mhm.
So the moaning noises stop after a bit, and the two of you are immersed in steam. This is probably not Callie's first sauna. I don't.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So
I mean, I would assume that both Argonison and Kabara has it.
yeah. So
What were those implanted memories?
according to
matter.
Kali,
Good
it doesn't.
memories.
Yeah, according to Kali, she's been in a sauna before, so that's all that matters.
Yes.
The two Driders are silent at first, but Kali, you know, I mean, it's obvious to both of you, really. That's because of that Zekcha's there. But after a little while, they begin to break the ice, and one of them basically says, "Is it true that you are able on dragon shards? That you are made of this?"
To an extent, yes.
This is
I have never obviously cut into myself to find out too deeply, but there certainly must be parts of me that are not, or I would not, exist.
Yes, of course, your juices would not be of the dragon shards. Yes.
She's saying this as she's getting undressed, probably, if they haven't already done that.
Oh no,
part.
you guys are already like sitting in
Okay.
sauna, yeah.
Okay.
So no, she agrees your juices are not dragon shard.
So if there's like a nearby light, she'll flex her wing in front of it so it does like the translucent thing so that it makes like the weird shifting. I don't know if you've ever seen like if you pass light through like a gemstone, like through like a
Yeah.
chunk of amethyst or something.
Yep.
It doesn't really make shadows. It makes like shifting light patterns.
Yeah,
in a
fractal-
really
fractal
weird
patterns.
way.
Yeah.
Refracts the
Yeah.
light.
But even if you try and hold it still, the light seems to move the whole time, which is very interesting.
Yeah. So they're fascinated by it and they go, "So are you born with these wings, or was it that you took a pact like we had to with the Lady Arachne?"
That's a very good question. As to what I know that I can tell you is that I have only recently regained these wings. I believe that I had them before, but through a series of events that I am still coming to understand myself, I had gone without them for some time to blend in more with Dragonborn.
I see. You are very fascinating creature. So this means you are in dragon.
For accidentally muted myself. She'll nod at that and she'll say, "Yes, there have been many things revealed, and it appears that that is the case, though I do not know exactly how it is I came to be in this form, and I do not know if it is something that I can undo in any way, but for now, I am content."
This makes you the second dragon that we have ever met. The other
At that, a
driver nods.
suspicion crosses her mind. And she
That's
says,
ethics.
"Yeah, that's what she was going to say. Was he a green dragon?
He said he was, yes. His
Did
name
he
was
go by the name?"
is
He's actually
Flix.
able to say it.
So it was him.
Yes.
When did you meet him?
Oh, perhaps months ago now.
So this would have been long before he fled.
This would have no. Well,
It'd be
yes, this
right
would
about
have
the same
been
time.
before the Argonth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before
But after
Edith
you guys
getting
freed him.
killed in Asara and that stuff.
Yes. It's in
Okay.
the between time from you guys freeing him and everything happening with Isara and Yagith.
In the between times of the not so long ago.
Yeah. So, like she says, it was a couple months ago.
When I was freed, I instantly went to go get a massage and a hot
He-
steam.
He was very handsome. It was quite nice to give him the massage.
I assume he was not here in his dragon form.
No, well, he arrived supposedly in this form. He seemed to have flown here, and then he not here as in this hold, here as in the Master's Portal area.
I see. You haven't seen him more recently, have you?
Not more recently than this. No, he said that he had business to attend to here.
If you do happen to see him anytime soon, please get in touch. We have been looking for him, and he is being pursued by an enemy, as far as we are aware.
And
We would like to give him aid.
who is this enemy? Perhaps
It's
we could
Isara,
keep
right?
Yeah.
But we don't know what she looks like.
Yeah.
We only know the one form. We don't know
Yeah,
what she
yeah,
looks like as a dragon.
Exactly. Yes.
As far
And
as
we don't
know,
actually
she's
know that-
also-
Yeah, she's
also
not-
green at the start, as far as we know.
Well, we don't even know if she actually is a dragon. Even like, wasn't that part of the reveal? Was that it was a dupe all along?
Yeah.
Like that there never was an actual Isara.
Never
That
was an
she
actual
was-
sister. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I
that
thought the whole
was
thing
that was.
that she just got affected by the crystals that were inside Seneca when she checked the mind, and then that was it.
No, the big
Oh.
reveal was that there never really was an Asara to start with. As a sister, that is.
As a sister, yes. She
Mhm.
Asara was a person, like absolutely, but it was a false identity, and that she was affecting Yagith's mind and Athrix's mind, and basically making them believe she was a sister.
Which,
Oh.
now that I think about it in a bit more in depth, means that she is very likely directly connected to the false Hydra thing.
Bing, 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 bing.
So, Kali will say, a dangerous being that last we knew was going by the name Isara, and pretending to be a relative of his was pursuing him.
This is terrible. We will keep ears and eyes out for this Isara, and of course for S6.
Thank you. But as far as I am aware, I do not currently have the ability to tap into whatever other powers I may have as a dragon. And I worry that unlocking such powers could cause other problems that may be far greater than anything I could solve with these powers.
Sorry, I need you to repeat that real quick.
As far as I'm aware, I do not have the ability currently to tap into these powers, and even if I could, I fear that unleashing them would cause more problems than I could possibly hope to solve with the power itself.
You feel the loss of control.
So they've already. She knows that the Driders know about the prophecy because that's what
Yeah, they know
the
about
lady
it,
was
but,
talking about.
But yeah, the lady specifically knows quite a bit more.
Yeah. I worry that it may have prophetic consequences. There are passages and verses of the prophecy that I have learned that could have meaning that if I remember enough and I unlock the power, that it could cause calamity to happen. There are others that perhaps unlocking the power is necessary, but from what we have found out, there have been very, very powerful protections put in place to prevent it. I do
Either to
not
put
know
a
how
vent-
well informed. Sorry, what was that?
Okay. He's just going to interject say either to prevent or be presented at the right time.
Yes. Timing is very important to these sorts of things, and as much as it would be useful to have that kind of power, there are also the dangers, because it's not common knowledge about Tiamat's curse.
No, definitely not.
But
to dragons, yes, but to non-dragon kind, it's probably
Yeah.
like a passing mention, maybe in study.
Be like,
there
they're
are
connected to Tiamat in some way.
there are dangers such as you have mentioned of the loss of control, but it is one of those things that I must confess, and she's specifically only really saying this because none of the rest of the party are here. I worry if I had this much power that my friends and allies would either rely on me too much or that I would be forced to leave them because I could do more apart from them. It is a bit selfish, I know, but it is one of those things that it is hard to know what you would do if you had power beyond your imagining suddenly thrust upon you. Would you be the same person? Would you be able to still view things the same way?
Hmm.
We are never the same person over time. We all lose the people that we were once. So, yes, you would not be the same person, but you are always getting stronger until you are not. This change would surely be faster than others. However, I do not believe that the power alone could change the person as much as the person was already changed on the inside.
There was a saying the master taught us that it is in the worst of times you realize who you are. Perhaps you fear the unknown of the test to come. But how can you fear something you'll never know until it is happening? I think, from all I have observed thus far, you change very little in the aspect of personality. You may gain strength, you may gain more power, but perhaps you will still always be the same in your heart. And he was sort of shrugging. Get back to his relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
So Kali will be really just mulling that one over and pondering if we would need to swap over to
Yeah.
somebody else.
Sure will. All right, so that brings us over that, and that. So there's a bunch of spider ladies in a bath.
Hell yeah!
So Celica is kind of probably relaxing back. She's got a towel on her to protect her image while in this open air bath, if she so decides to cover.
She's covering it right along.
It's adamantine. You don't have to worry about that. Sa has for now about 10 minutes just been sitting under the water. Just completely submerged in this very hot water. And the Driders are all just kind of watching her, wondering when the heck she has to surface. And after, another minute, so we're like 11 minutes in, one of them goes, Did she die? Is she dead? Is this normal?
Like Celica's responding, but she's like still zoned out from the massage. She's like, she's fine.
Is she dead? Uh-huh.
Should we pull her out? Uh-huh.
Eventually, one of the Driders kind of like pokes at Sa's shoulder. Are you okay? But it doesn't, you don't hear that under the water. So
Yeah.
it's just a bunch of muffled.
I was about to say, the only thing that you can see, like, if your perspective is, like, you're in the bath, so you can see, like, the top of the water, you just see, like, hands come out and flail like, no, leave me alone.
Yeah. Ah. She is alive at least. So, Celica, you survived this airship crash in the the dead smoke.
Why'd you got to bring her out of a funk, man? It's like, oh, we're start having a relaxing time. Oh, you crashed in the Mournlands, right? Oh.
This is fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Is there anything specific you wanted to ask me about it, or?
Yes. What did you see in the dead smoke?
Well, a lot of destruction and a lot of death.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear this. I will not speak of that any longer.
It's all right. You didn't know.
So then, what is your ambition? What has made you this way?
As I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. You mean why am I still
No, no, no.
helping?
What has? What is your goal in all of this stuff?
Oh. She kind of looks surprised that she's been asked this because I don't think anyone's actually asked her what her actual purpose of being here is.
No, I think Rhiannon did
Mm-mm.
way back in Shine, and you got Celica got mad at her.
I well, I know at least I want to help my people, at least help them get back what they lost in some way. But
In some ways, you are like Lady Arachne. You are pretty. You are strong, and you have many you are trying to help, and they may not even be aware of your help. No.
yeah, I guess you could say that. But, sorry, go ahead.
How is it you learn to fight?
You're hitting on like the sore spots. Oh. Well, I learned around. I mean, before joining, I like she doesn't know these people, so she wouldn't actually divulge it. But she's just kind of like she looks like she's about to say something, but she's like, I've learned from some people around. I taught myself mostly.
Oh, so this is impressive.
Thank you. I did find a book though. That's currently what I'm looking at. I need to actually remember the name of that book now.
The Way
Is
of
it
the
just-
Blade.
Yeah, The Way of the Blade.
Oh. I have heard of this book. Though we do not have a copy here. This teaches the way of fighting back from home.
Yeah. It's I can't remember the author's name that was writing this one out of character. I don't think I have it written down.
Let me check. It is. Not in the library one?
Yeah.
Recently redid my note. I don't have it on. I have to check the website. So we'll check it afterwards.
Yeah. All I know, then I guess I'll just go with. All I know is that he was a guy that was looking into the history of Zendrick and how they learned how to fight.
Yes. He learned from the people. He
Yes.
went there and earned their trust.
Which seems kind of impressive feat.
Yes, this is.
Do you have anything that's like this book in your own archives? Not the same one, obviously, but anything similar like it?
Unfortunately, no, we do not. We have very little that comes here from Zindrick, and what has is not of sufficient knowledge. We left everything behind. Well, our ancestors did.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if she would say it, but she kind of understands where she's coming from that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully with whatever Lady Arachne has planned, you might be able to get back there and get what you lost.
That is their hope. That is why we have taken this form. This is what we have been working towards.
Well, I can at least say I'm glad that I'll help you get there.
What was the first part of that?
I can say that I'll be
Okay.
glad to help you get there.
And we are glad for it too. Thank you for your. All right. With that, we go back up to Akasha and Lady Arachne.
All right.
Back
So-
into the trees.
Mm-hmm. Fresh pot of tea.
Watch out for that tea.
Yeah. Yes. Lady Arachne, after discussing the business that she had wanted to discuss, she looks over to Akasha and asks, "Would you be staying here in the Vale, or will you be returning to the hospitality?"
Out of character, it's like it seemed like we needed to go back. Would you have a sense of like whether that's
It was an option because basically we're going to have a long rest, and then return on the first train to the portal.
okay?
And you have the option of either staying here in the Vale or over at hospitality. But that choice is ultimately up to your character. The choice earlier was on, is the party taking the device, which you now know as a collar, if they take that with them to the hospitality, or does Lady Arachne give it to them on their way out tomorrow?
Okay.
So he asks, here or there?
Akasha kind of like looks around at everyone and Lady Arachne, and she's like, I would love to impose on your generosity, if only to hear of all of the things that you all know, to learn what I can from you and your people.
The the other Driders they seem to warm up just a tiny smidge as they hear Akasha basically just being curious. And Lady Arachne says, "This would be no imposing. You are welcome here. So I do recommend that you see the sauna and get that massage and relax for a night."
I can do that.
Very well, I shall take you down.
That's like a big honor.
So she
Yeah,
goes.
it's a big honor, but it's literally like the second she's not watching, these other spiders are gonna be like, "You get to die now."
Yeah, like as you're descending on Arachne's back, that smidge of kindness that they started to show, they're suddenly they're reminded that they don't get to ride on
yeah.
Arachne's back. So like you know, Akasha's like look and wave behind kind of thing, or whatever she might do, is just met with like they're finding blades to pull out somewhere.
Squinty.
Yeah. Their daggers are staring daggers.
Even their daggers have daggers.
Yeah. So you aren't brought to the same sauna. You are brought to a sauna with Lady Arachne, which is its own small, like, it's about 4 times Arachne's size, so it's comfortable for Akasha and Arachne. The Driders there are very, I guess, emotionless. They are all business. They, help Akasha get undressed for the sauna. They help Lady Arachne get undressed for the sauna and able to relax as steam begins to like really kick into high gear. And Arachne just goes, This is always my favorite time of day. It relaxes the carapace.
Is your carapace relaxed, Akasha?
She's wondering if like it would be weird to ask like, what does it feel like to have a carapace? Because
Would
the
you wanna
implication
feel
was
like
that
have
she
all that
wasn't always
confidence?
like this. So I don't know. I think that I don't know how to say this without being disrespectful. Just know I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just was wondering because from the conversation before, the implication was that you are not always in this body, and I was wondering what feels different.
So long ago that I did not have this body, it's hard to remember. I would say that it is this carapace. It is like i- it is a lot like having a hard jacket on and then trying to feel through the jacket.
It's actually a pretty apt description.
Yeah.
How do you know, Shy?
Once a month, you have to take the jacket off and get a new jacket.
Have you developed a carapace?
Shy
That's
is a
pretty
deep
personal
ocean full of
question, Chad.
secrets.
That was a pretty blunt one to me. I don't know how that was secretive.
Yeah. It's a lady secret. I guess us men are just ignorant.
It's not a secret. What? All right. Anyways, I'm apparently the only man woman here. All right. And of course, I know you have no offense given. You are simply curious. This is what makes you a student now.
Yes, that
Well-
is.
So I am happy to answer any of your questions.
Guns.
That's perfect.
um,
All the spiders upstairs.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
it's perfect.
I can't look away from it. I gotta stop looking. Um, I hope that we can. Well, I know that my friends and I will be able to help you, but I have not been able to stop thinking about how much I hope that your people can come back to their homeland and be in the light without pain.
As I hope for your people. However, there is this great darkness that is coming, and it will be a struggle for anyone to come through and see this light that is shining brightly on the other side. However, I do know this, that no matter how dark the darkness gets, the spider's web silk always finds something to reflect.
There is always the promise of light after the darkness.
Yes, there is. The steam.
I was typing. This is why there's no male driders.
Messed up. So the steam begins to abate, and 3 driders come in, and again they're very businesslike. they Lady Arachne says, "Is this time for our massage?" And before Akasha realizes it, one of the Driders is like rolling her over, just like a spider kind of wrapping its prey.
Like rolling you into like a little
Yeah.
web.
Yeah, just rolling you into position.
DVD.
Yeah,
Rolls are a bit too tight.
yeah. And they mount Lady Arachne as well. But it's more like she splays out and then her entire hip up body just lays flat on her chest. And they begin to work on all of her ligaments and then, her elven body as well. And you expect them to be very heavy on you, Akasha, but it's surprisingly light. And it's because they're using 4 of their legs to massage you, but the other 4 are holding their position. So they're able to, do the pressure points just right and slowly like ease their weight in on the deeper sore spots. So you also pop in places that you didn't know you could pop.
She's still trying to like, cause so this is what she's thinking right now, but she's just gonna say it anyway. I was asking about your body because I just think it's so incredible. It's amazing how strong and how graceful you all are with these bodies.
Lady Arachne just gives out a muffled, "It has his perks." So, that said, we will make our way downtown to the other massage tables as Kali and
Plebeian massage
Zeksha.
parlor.
Huh?
I said the commoner massage parlor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Gross.
It's because Zeksha's there.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Yikes. All right.
They're like, wait a second.
Somebody
They're like,
won't
wait a
be
second,
leaving
a
the,
male.
Yeah.
Ugh.
somebody
Ugh.
won't be leaving that pool outside.
So, they get over top of you. They roll you.
I imagine this is a
spider
little more
knuckles-
difficult with Kali's wings.
No, because they're used to. Well, we'll give. They've had prey with wings. It's not an issue.
Okay.
I know the best way to put them out of the way.
So that probably actually, in the back of Kali's mind, like this is like they know what they're doing. This is weird. They like managed to like perfectly tuck your wings in as you rolled over.
The sudden realization you are completely helpless and a den of spiders.
Oh wait, these are spiders. They begin their
Kali
massage.
always has an escape plan. She's okay.
They begin their massage, and there's audible like straw extending pops coming from Zeksha's back. It's like a cascade, an avalanche of pops.
Craig moans with relief.
Yeah,
Oh.
as he uncrumples from all
It's
of
as
the...
it's as if you've been under pressure and tension for your entire existence.
Exactly. And it's all
I
just
like
relieved
the-
in one roll.
I like to wait between weeks and months.
It's been...
so early.
It has been 3 days since you were last here.
No.
It felt like a
It is
lifetime.
simply the weight of the world upon my shoulders.
You always say this. It's because you have bad posture.
I do not.
If you did not, then your spine would be more straight. You
It
must-
is straight.
You must stop.
It is straight.
You must
I'm
stop living your
conscientious of
life
it.
bowing.
Oh, that's what is it. This is
Crunch.
what it is. Mm. point taken. Okay,
Alright,
I see
guys.
your point.
And your knees.
Just
Crunch.
bend 9 degrees forward.
Yeah. Just a crack. I do not think this is the way the kneecap should be.
Let me take a look at that.
Crunch. And Hallie, you realize that like you're getting a less vigorous massage. If you like tilt your head and look back a little bit, she's kind of like poking at spots on your back, and you realize that she's seeing like through the light refraction, she's seeing like the muscles tense and release as she's like poking around and prodding.
Oh man.
It's too interesting to someone who's used to the anatomy. They're like, oh, look how easy this is to see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I can see straight to the jugular vein. I don't have to aim anymore.
A little bit of venom just drips off.
She's doing she's doing this like poking and prodding, and she's like, "You would be so easy to kill."
Well, several before you have tried, and only once has it succeeded.
See what I mean? You have already died. I have died no times. You
I am the winner.
you should not be so transparent.
Okay.
Hallie doesn't like to lie. She's so transparent.
Yes, I know. I
The pain
work
in
on
her
it.
voice.
Luckily, I'm just trying my best to be translucent these days.
I
She,
see 10 feet
she-
through you and you're only 3 feet deep.
she kind of giggles at the comment, and they lift up and off to the bath we go.
Do they carry him like bridal carry?
No, you're just webbed, and they like just drag you behind them. Oops.
If that was the case, Collie would probably
Dunk, dunk,
be like, I can walk.
dunk. No, they
No,
they
can't
let
do
you
it.
up
Do
and let you walk. You get a little towel. Zektra gets a very little towel.
Collie looks at the towel and she sets it on top of her floating horns on her head.
Nice. Oh, there we go. So we get out to the bath, to the spa, and Saw's underwater still.
No,
Celica looks like she's in pain.
finally having a good time.
this is my home now.
Celica looks like she's in pain. And there's a lot of driders around, and they're all kind of like talking amongst themselves. You hear something about Samwell and an autograph. And they see, Kali approaching. Ah, this is the other Skyfire.
Oh,
She
Hey.
sort of smiles and nods.
So,
good to s-
were you there for the great train escape?
That's a negative, right?
Yeah, you were not there for that.
No. No, I am afraid that was before I ran into them.
Then you were there maybe for the chase with Leo Main. It's also a no. Yeah.
Also before it.
Oh. Oh, then you were there for the assassination.
You are very interestingly and specifically informed about things that happened before I was there.
Oh, yes, we have read the stories.
Ah, Samuel then.
Yes, Samuel. Celica knows Samuel, and she is getting us our autographs.
Yep.
You
that's
know,
me.
However, you say you are Skyfire, and you have not been with him for these escapades. So
No, I did not start off with them, unfortunately.
this is unfortunate. So
However,
are you like how they say a groupie?
she grins at that and she says, "You certainly could call it that, yes. I started off following them around. I had a job to do in assisting them, and I was lucky enough through Celica's good graces to be adopted into the group.
This is
If I
wonderful.
need to roll a deception check, I will.
you don't. You don't. This is wonderful. Celica is so strong and so well adjusted.
I think
We-
actually we'll probably gas or like sort of just snicker at that.
Even I
You
don't
know-
believe that.
You know, I'm surprised that Celica hasn't said that Samuel might be willing to come for a visit.
Would he really?
Oh no, he is not to come here. Master's orders.
But why not?
Shrugs. Master's orders. That's all I can say.
That is bullshit.
I cannot push the master.
Do I even need to make an insight check to know that Zach's just lying?
No. I don't think so. Not on
He's
this
really
one.
jealous.
Yeah.
He's really jealous of
That's what I
Samuel.
thought.
Says, I will make the petition. Or Master will not get the. I will not show up for my shift.
Hand me the petition.
If
I
he
will
wants
take it
to
to
lay
him
this-
personally.
If he wants to lead this of the spiders, he will have to let us see the Samuel.
I'll have to let you do. Then, okay, I know you said see
Yeah.
the Samuel.
No,
But
it
it came-
sees. yeah.
Okay. It sounded
Yeah.
like you said they have to let us scissor Samuel.
Oh, see. I thought it sounded like he sees.
Probably that too. Who knows?
Yeah. We must
Or
scissor
give
him.
I mean,
All
Putting
together,
Samuel-
yes.
putting Samuel down here would be like putting a cowboy with a bunch of French maids. So.
Yeah.
He would definitely be all for it. He'd be like, "Excuse me, where the spider women at?"
Ladies.
I'm
I
a
need-
lady man.
I need research for my bestiary. Will you help me?
Oh man.
So just how flexible are all these extra legs?
Oh, I know. You know this Draxel.
Yes.
Yes. You
That
was there
bubbles are coming from Saw, like her face.
you was there then for the tower fall.
Yes, I was.
So then
It was wild.
you were one of the ones that were rescuing the people then.
That is correct.
That is wonderful. You allowed for the Draxier to use his laser beam.
Is that what they are calling it?
That is what it is called in the graphic novel, yes.
Yes, the Draxir has moved on as essentially a full-time guardian of the people in Sharn now.
Yes, he is Shan's second hero. Of course, we know that Rest Her Soul Shepherd is the one who has made it possible.
Oh, don't say Shepherd. Everyone's gonna get so sad.
Yeah, Kali starts to look down, but she forces a smile and nods, and she composes herself.
Shepherd was so cool.
After all, a smile better suits a hero.
She truly was.
Can you
She
imagine
was amazing.
staring down the face of a dragon, saying he will destroy and kill thousands of innocent people, and the only thing you could do to stop him was to give yourself. She was a true hero.
Kali nods slowly, and she says, "We all would be best suited to be even partially as brave as she was.
Yes, we
She never flinched at all from danger if she could protect others.
Oh, well, that is probably because she physically could not. She was warforged. Can't really show emotion.
Oh my god.
You may have been told that, but they feel, they think.
Well, yes,
And I
I
can
do not
tell you-
deny this. It just simply
I can tell you she had emotions. She
Yes.
cared so much.
No. I believe this. I was saying she doesn't have like moving face and
Oh, you mean she couldn't physically flinch? Yes, I understand.
Yes. No, we know we have met several Warforged and they are all very emotional. At first it was very
Okay.
curious. However, you learn that it is something that is hidden and cannot be seen. So it must be a soul. You know, they are living like you and me.
Everyone thinks of Shepard for sacrificing herself to Sidraxir, but I'm just like, the chick had like cursed bones wiggling around inside of her for years.
That got fixed, sort of.
Thankfully, Samuel's left that out.
She literally had like zombies inside of her armor spots. It's fine.
Look,
Got better.
I don't understand what you want out of us about that information.
Stop boning your
what's your-
character, Shy.
What's your end goal here?
Yeah.
Cause more pain.
We understand the Shepard had weird traits. Everyone's eccentric. Kali's got
So-
some bizarre police tape in her mind for some reason.
Everyone almost attacks a leaf floating by with
I
their
thought it was,
maul.
I thought
So-
it was flex tape inside her brain.
That's a lot of damage. So weirdly apt. So
That's a lot of emotional
With-
damage.
With flex tape, you can fix anything, even all of your missing memories. Seals
so
them right up. Look at that.
they say that
Airtight.
they say that yes, it is. People need to learn how to sacrifice a little more for their friends and loved ones. This is why we are the way we are. We had to give up what made us our old selves in search of a greater power to help the rest of our people. And they kind of pay more attention to Zeksha as they say that. Not like that they're throwing shade on him, because it's well known, like, Arachne can't make male drow.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
like, it's more of like, they sacrificed in a physical way, he's sacrificing in a different way.
Yeah.
In a
My
mental
poor
way.
man's. I know the sacrifice.
One does what one can.
Yes, with the hands that they are dealt, no. So, normally, we would cut to the next group of people. Things are going to be a little different for just a little bit.
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm scared.
yeah. Is it this right one? Yeah. Uh-oh. Double play.
Oh, I only hear it once.
No, it was for me because it was coming through both things. I
Ah.
keep bouncing back and forth. Second to volume.
Yeah. Now that this music comes on, Sab in the Discord's like, keep in mind now that we're all unarmored and unarmed, your AC is now only your dex bonus.
Oh, we're not worried about anybody down here.
No, I mean,
Oh,
look at all
Lord.
these riders. Unless, you know,
Whoops.
like a mind flayer comes around.
Where is it? There it is. All right, so let me just adjust this before I pull you guys over to the map.
Oh boy.
Almost. Hang on.
This has been like the rest of relaxation session.
Up until now.
Yeah, up until now.
Snap back to reality.
Meanwhile, everything's on fire.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I forgot to unlink her old models.
Okay.
Next time.
Storm is raging outside. Thunder rolling constantly, lightning crackling abound. Rain pouring. There's parts of the Elias estate that are still uncovered and unprotected. They've done what they can to make the estate and the manor and the barracks sufficient shelter, but this storm really came up out of nowhere, and we draw our attention to Rhiannon. Rhiannon, the area around your hands that are, you have them pressed down on the table kind of in concentration. The area around your hands has burned away from the map on the table as lightning keeps making small static arcs outward. And in your mind, you still hear this, this laughing, this cackling. He hasn't said anything, but he's been reminding you of the presence. And it's kind of kept you locked here, concentrating on essentially remaining as subconscious as possible. You're in that state of you're trying not to think, to hide anything you can from the speaker, because you feel that he is just mentally assaulting you. And because of that, I'm going to have you make a wisdom save.
Cool. Well, let's go back to a sheet.
Oh, let me act.
That's good. I can still see it.
Okay, cool.
So wisdom save. Hey, yeah, 20. So it's 26 total.
All right. So you feel him start kind of prodding and poking around. You take 4 psychic damage, but you you slam the doors closed in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever he's poking and prodding at.
Yeah.
It's bringing on this migraine, of course. That's, where you're getting the psychic damage. But he says, I have you right where I need you. Oh, this would have been much easier if you had have just gone down. You prolong the inevitable.
She'll give an audible sort of, you know me. I don't like it to make it that easy for you.
Oh, you do not. I'll be quite frank, I'm surprised you put up this much of a fight. What is it you truly fight for? You know what's coming. The eclipse. You know what will happen to you and what will happen to the dragon.
Remains to be seen, you ethereal bastard.
But it's been seen by so many. You cannot change what ultimately will happen.
Perhaps. But we can always try. We live in the now, not the future. Do your worst.
I shall. And before I stop poking and prodding around, I have something to show you. Would you like to see it?
Hmm. Thinking. Playing hard to get, she's gonna say no. Especially if it's a vision from him.
Hmm.
You've got nothing I need nor want to see.
No? Well, seeing as we share this special connection, I don't feel like that's quite true. I feel the curiosity and the hatred, the animosity. I feel your pride, your lust for power. Sure, you believe that you're doing good. You believe that in the end, justice will prevail. But that isn't always the case. Empires rise and fall. Mountains turn to dust. In the end, even the strongest are eroded away. But you are ready to burst into an inferno of hate and anger.
Oh man. Where's the thing? I had a thing for this. Save that for later. I said she'll stick her nails into the tabletop and just really growl out. Just oh, don't mistake the whirlpool you've waded into for the wake you've left behind. And she'll keep digging her nails deeper into the table.
And, right. What was it your father always said? Always come prepared. And a searing pain kind of starts in your kneecap, surprisingly, works its way up into a jolting agony in your temples. You take 10 psychic damage. And you don't see the war room in front of you anymore.
Oh shit. Vision quest time.
Instead, there is a deep fog kind of clouding your vision. I am about to wake up. And this fog slowly starts to abate. And there's a fire within it, this raging inferno that seems to be almost dancing. It's moving up and down strangely.
Yeah.
And it at first fills your vision and then begins to seemingly back away. And the fog kind of begins to abate as you realize it's more of a steam and smoke.
Mm.
You
Mm.
see a hand in front of your face kind of turn back and forth, studying itself, kind of open and close. And it's a hand made of wood, metal, and a red stone, like a gemstone, and a green sort of gemstone. And a hand reaches out to you from behind this fire, this inferno. And you take it, and it lifts you up, and you see more of your warforged body. And then you meet the eyes of this other warforged, these kind of green glowing eyes. And as the steam begins to clear from your vision, you see these massive blades coming out from the back of this warforged. And the Lord of Blades says, "It is done. Now you shall uphold your end of the bargain." And the speaker says, "Indeed, I shall." And then you're shut out from that vision. You're on your knees, gasping for breath. And your mom is there, kind of like shaking you to come to. That's where we end tonight's session.
Oh boy, everyone knows Mark.
Oh man.
Oh!
Oh, sorry.
No.
That's what I figured.
Wait,
All
what did
right.
you say? I missed some of that.
Oh, good.
Hang on.
Okay.
All right. So that's where we're ending tonight's session. Thank you guys for tuning in. Sab, I believe you're away next week, right?
Yes.
Okay, I finally got it right. So next week will be an interlude. It's a toss-up still. Whether or not I'm going to make it the interlude for what's going on now here. This is like 90% positive that I'm going to go with this, but I still might go over to what's going on in the fight for Arden. So we'll find out soon.
Cool.
Catch you guys later.
Bye.
Later.
Later.